Hey guys, how's it going? My name is Ayush. Today we are going to learn about Python. So it's a new programming language, and we will be learning this whole Python course in series. So let's begin from the first series where we'll be learning about what is Python, how to use it, who made it, how to take input from the user, what are characters, what are variables, Boolean types, all those. Okay, so that's a short summary right there. So let's begin from the basics. Okay. So as you can see from my screen, what is programming? Okay. So from a basic English, like I'm speaking to some other person, he can understand my English because it's a common language. But for computers, for machines, these languages, especially English, cannot be understood. So there comes the translator. So I'm writing a Python code and the translator translate that code into binary language so that the machine could understand. Okay, that is the shortest form how I can explain that. How, okay, so what does the Python do? Like I'm typing a short Python code. The Python code will be translated by through compilers and through interpreters, and then the translator will translate the Python code to binary, and the binary can be understood by our machines. Okay, so yeah, this is our main topic. What is Python? Okay. So Python is an easy and simple language. Okay, and it is free and open source. It's a high-level language developed by Bureau van Rossum, and it's portable to use. Okay, so you can use it in Windows, Apple, as well as in Linux. It's very easy and beginner friendly. That's why most of the developers choose this as their developing skills. Okay, so let's deep into our topic. So let's write our first Python programming code. Let me do it in my Virtual Studio VS Code. So our first code, it's a basic one. Okay, how to write your first Python code. Print. Let's suppose I want to print my name. So that's my name. Run. Yeah, my name has been printed while this window has been popped up, and here's my name. Ayush Mohan. Okay, like if I want to write some more print statement, we can write it like in the double quotes. Okay, make sure you write in double quotes. I will be saying why this in the future series or in the few minutes later. Let's suppose I am 19 years old. I'm 19 years old. Let's print it. Okay. Ayush Mohan, I'm 19 years old. So this is the first Python code that we have written. First code. Okay. Simple, easy, few. Yeah. So let's deep into our topic. What Python character sets? We can use A to Z, capital as well as small. We can use digits from 0 to 9. We can use special symbol like minus, plus, addition, slash, etc. We can also use white space that include blank space, tag, carriage return, new line, and form field. Okay, and other characters like ASCII values, Unicode characters as part of data. Yeah, so this is very important that you should know. That is what is variable. Okay, what is variable? So a variable is a name given to a memory location in a program. So what does that mean? See from this side. Okay, so I'm giving my Python code name as Shraddha. It's a girl. So what does this variable does is that it takes the name of Shraddha and store it in a memory location. Okay, so what does variable is? Variable is a Shraddha. So what it stores? Name. Example 23. What does it store? The age of whom? Shraddha. Same as price, not price of Shraddha. I'm taking that example. Price is 25.99. So 25.99 is stored in price. Coming to memory, as I said, okay, Shraddha is stored in name, stored. So the name is stored here, in this first row, or any other format. It can be stored here, 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 anywhere. 23 age can be stored here, but not in the same, as name. Okay, name and age will not be stored same. Okay, price would be stored, let's suppose here. So name, age, and price. So whenever I will call my name in my Python code, it will be taking the memory from this block. Same as if I'm calling the age, it will be taking the informations from this box. Same as price, it will be taking from this box. Okay, so you can like assign as many values you want, it will be storing it in memory, right? So some rules of identifiers. Like I said, identifiers means this variable. Okay, variables. So identifiers can be combined of uppercase, lowercase letters, digit, or an underscore. Example like my variable. You can use that as an identifier. Variables underscore one and variable underscore four underscore print. All those are the valid Python identifier. But what you can't use is the digits coming in front of any variable. You can use the digit after a variable, but not in the before a variable. So that's wrong. Okay. And also you can't use any special characters or symbols to an identifier. And also it can be of any length, like variable is my friend, like variable underscore is my underscore friend. You can as long as it could be. Okay. So one more thing which I want to tell. So what is this print here? What does this print means? So the print means it's a function. Print is a function and the brackets are the containers you can say that will be printing what you are writing in the double quotes, right? So, okay, coming to the data types, first we will be understanding more about what we have learned. Okay, so we have learned about this thing, how to write a simple Python code. Now we will be learning how the variables will be using. Let's suppose we have name equal to double scope Ayush. Okay, so what is name? Name is a variable. I said, okay, Ayush is stored in name and the name is stored in the memory. So whenever I will call name, it will be giving the name Ayush. That's me, right? Yeah. So what does most of the student do is that while writing this print statement, they will be using the double quotes. They will be using the double quotes and writing name. So what does this would print? Interesting, right? Let's run it. First of all, let's clear this so that you can understand. Yeah. Name. Why not it is showing Ayush? See, I have given the name Ayush as the name. The name is stored in the memory, but whenever I'm calling the name, it's showing name. Why? That's the most of the Python beginners will be doing this mistake. What you have to understand is that you don't have to use this double quotes. So whatever is in the print statement, inside the print statement, like inside the brackets of the print statement, if it's in a double quote, it will be as it is showing the thing which are inside the double quotes. Okay, so this is the main mistake that most of the beginners would be doing, right? So also in Python, let's suppose a equal to b. What does this mean? A equal to b. What does this mean? This means it is always same from the right side to the left side. Means from B side to A side. That B is equal to A, not A is equal to B. As I said, Ayush is equal to me. Okay, understood, right? Yeah. And next thing, let's move on. So those are some basics things that you're learning. Now let's deep into our topic. That is data types. We have almost five type of data types. That is integer. You would know, right? I will be saying this about more. So integer, string, float, boolean, and none. What does this mean, right? So integer is something negative, positive numbers, +2, +9, -1, 0, from minus infinity to plus infinity. That does what integer mean. What does string mean? String is a name like Ayush, whatever the thing which is written in double quotes. It could be number if you're writing it in double quotes. It could be float. I'll be saying what does float mean. Okay. It could be boolean. I'll be saying what does that mean. So string is whatever in this world which is written in double quotes. That's it. That's what string means. Coming to float, what does float means? Float is something which is like 2.22, whatever that dot contains. Whenever this is there, this is boolean, right? This is boolean. This is string and something which is like 445. Let's suppose 45. This is an integer. Like, so boolean is clear. Sorry, float is clear. Whatever the number which is in point digits, that is float. Let's suppose what, okay, now what is boolean? So boolean is something which is true or false, which will be giving you the result 0 or 1. Okay, that is what boolean means. True or false. And none. Like if you are storing like a equal to none, what does that mean? That a has none values. Now we don't want to give any values to a. Okay, so those are the five data types that we have learned. Now let's do one thing, which is like, let's suppose what we have learned from here. Let's suppose age equal to 18 have given. Print type of age. Pause the video and say what will the result be given here. Let's clear this out. Okay. So what will the result given here? Age is equal to 18. Print type of age. What does type mean? Type will be showing you the what is the type of data type age contains. So what is age here? Age is an integer. Type of age showing you it would be integer. See, class integer is an integer right here in the cots there, right? Let's suppose, let's go with one more example of Boolean, okay? So that concept will be clear, simple, sweet, easy. Old equal to false, okay? Let's suppose one more, none. Boolean and none. Let's suppose A equal to none. Old equal to false, A equal to none. print type of old as well as print type of A. So what I said, recall. So old equal to false. What does that mean? It's a Boolean, right? True or false, what does that mean? Boolean. A equal to none? None. Okay, let's run our code and see what that what does this shows. So yeah, first one is the old, that's a Boolean, and second one is a none type. As I said, right? Simple, sweet, easy. Okay, yeah, these are the types. Like age is an integer, pi is a float, complex number is a complex something. Okay, a is a Boolean, string, name, right? Also, have you noticed that I have not written false as false? Why it is showing some underlying value to the false? False. Why? Because Python is a case sensitive language. What does that mean? Python is a case sensitive language. So, okay, so if you have learned SQL or DBMS, there you have seen that if you're writing false or false, it may be true. It is true because that's not a case sensitive language. SQL is not a case sensitive language, but Python is a case sensitive language. Here, the capital F and the small f are different, two different things. Same with the none. If you're writing none small, the n, the first letter of the n is small, then it's wrong. Right? That's why it is showing the red, zigzag line under there. It's a case sensitive language. Okay. So like see, these two are different. Apple with a capital A and the small a on the right hand side of the apple are two different things in Python. Okay, right? So those are the few things. Let's move on to the next topic. Like what is keywords? So what are keywords? Keywords are the reserved words in Python to use in a variable name, right? So like C, for should be uppercase, as I said. F should be capital, not small, right? So if you are using small f, that's wrong. Okay, so these are some of the few keywords that you should not use in your variable name. Like I can't use and equal to Ayush like this. Why can't I use this? Because these are the reserved keywords. They have different meanings in Python. Return means different in Python, in means different, else means different. So you can't use these things as your variable name in Python, right? Yeah. So, okay. So we will do the questions and there are more things to learn from here. That is, there are two types of languages, implicit and explicit. So where does Python come? So Python comes in implicit. Okay, now what does this mean, implicit and explicit? So implicit means that does not need what type of data you are giving. Explicit means that you have to give the type of data that you are giving. Okay, now that would be very cost. I know that. So like I have learned C So in general, in C, what we used to do is like int age equal to 6, 7. Okay, but it's in C language, right? Not in Python. But in Python, we don't need to give this int right here. You can easily write age equal to 6, 7, right? So Python is an implicit, C language or C++ plus plus is an explicit, where you have to give the type of data. Okay, so those are the two languages right there. And next thing, one more thing we have to learn, that is comments in Python. Okay, so before that, we will be writing a code of printing sum of two digits. Okay, very easy code, very simple code. So what would you do? Let's suppose we are naming a variable which should not be a keyword. I repeat that. Let's suppose a equal to 5, b equal to 9, print a plus b. It's a basic calculation. Come on. Yeah, 14 right there. Okay, so same thing you can do it with negative sign, minus 4. 5 minus 9 minus 4. Multiplication, 9 fives are 45, right? So these are the basics thing that you can do. So that is our second code. Okay, in future we will be taking the input from the user. Here we are giving the user, the machine, the like we are giving the variable like 5 equal a equal to 5. In future, and like in the same series, we will be learning about how to take this 5 from the user and we'll be printing the value, whether it would be sum, multiplication, negative, or divide, right? Easy, right? Yeah. So this is our second code. Let's clear this up. Coming to what is comments. Okay, so comments are something which you don't want to show, like you want to show it to the client or the business team, but it's for you. It makes the program look simple, readable, easy. So comments are not be printed in your window, which is here. Comments will not be printed in your output thing. Okay, comments are for you guys, for me, everybody. It makes the code easy to read, right? So how to write comments in Python? Let's suppose I'm writing one code. This is one code, right? And one more code, like if I want to show this thing, such as is my like print Ayush is my name, so I can write Ayush is my name. See, there's no such error that is coming popping up on my screen while writing these comments. Why? Because that's a comment. Okay, that is for us, not for the compiler or the computer. There you go. And if there's some mistake in my code and I have to rectify it, I can run directly write hashtag here. So that's a it's commented out, right? So now this thing would not be getting printed. Okay. So if you want to write multi-line comment, then you can use these three hashtags over here, colon over here, so that you can write multi-line comments. Okay. Now what is the types of operator? Okay. Now what does that operator means? Okay. Coming to the types, first we will be learning about what are operators. So in mathematics, what does operator means? Certain symbols, certain special characters. like addition, subtraction, multiplication, is equal to, and, or, not. Those are the operators. Okay, so in Python, there are four types of operators. First is arithmetic operators that contains addition, neg multiplication, negative, subtraction, divide, ampersand, right? Relation operator, that means let's suppose 5 is equal to 5. What does that bring? True, right? Because 5 is equal to 5. And let's suppose 5 is equal to 6. It's a false. The second thing that you can see here is not equal to. Like 5 is not equal to 6. What does that bring? True, right? And greater than, smaller than, greater than, equal to, smaller than, equal to. That those are the relationship comparator operators. Coming to the assignment operators, which will be containing equal to, plus equal to, minus equal to, multiplication equal to, okay, and logical operators that contains not, and or. Okay, those are some things. Now type conversion. So in the first code that you can see, a and b equal to 1 comma 2.0. So a is a integer. B, what does b means? It's a boolean. It's a not boolean. It's a floating value. It's 2.0. This sum would be easily like b 3.0, 3.0, right? Now here is what the error comes. If a is equal to 1, it's an integer, and b is equal to double quotes 2. What does that mean? It's a string. And like even the kid knows that you can't add a number with a name. You can add a float digit with an integer, but not an integer with a string, right? That will be throwing an error on your compiler. Also typecasting. Now, why does this code right here and this code right here don't show any error, while this code shows an error and this code doesn't show an error? So here is what gets interesting, that is typecasting. So what does typecasting means? Okay, so you are assigning the value of b equal to the string, that is 2, as integer into C. So the 2 gets converted into the integer, and the integer is stored in C. And the sum would be showing you A plus C, that is 3. Sum would be 3. Okay, that what's typecasting means. And these are some basics thing that typecasting means, okay, that you can easily go through. Now, it's the most important part of this video lecture, that is how to take input in Python. How you can take input from the user and you can do various mathematical, arithmetic operations that you want to write in your code. Okay, so be careful while learning this. How to take input from the user, input in Python. Okay, so this thing right you can see here is input bracket. Statement is used to accept value using keywords from users. So the input bracket is a keyword. You can't use this as your variable name, right? As I said, input bracket is a keyword reserved word in Python. Okay, so you can use input to take the input from the user. Okay, if the input you want to take is a string, You can directly write input bracket. If you want to take the input from the user, that is some digits, especially some integers. I'm saying not floating value, it's an integer. You can use int. If you want to take input from the user, which is floating value, you can use float, bracket input, and then bracket and brackets. Okay, simple, right? Yeah. Now let's do some questions which will make our concept more stronger. So here's a question. Write a program to input two numbers and print their sum. Okay, so if you have seen it earlier, what did I just do? A equal to 5, F6, B equal to 7, and I have printed the sum A plus B. This is what I done. Okay, now you have to take the input. What does the question mean? Write a program to input two numbers. You have to like the user have to give two numbers and then print the value. In this code, we have already given the input. We have not taken the input from the user. Okay, so let's do this question. So how to take the input from the user? From the input keyword, right? So let's suppose a equal to, so what the number is, what I'm taking the number, it's just saying that take two numbers. Let's suppose the enter is integer, not floating value. Let's suppose the two number which we are giving to the user is an integer. So let's a equal to integer input, enter your first number, right? It will be taking the input. Okay, I will be showing you this. It will make you not confused, right? The second number, we will be giving the variable name as b. Enter your second number. Now we'll be printing the sum, right? To print the sum, you can either assign the value of a plus b to the sum, or you can directly sum the value. So if you're directly summing the value, you can do it as you wish. Let's suppose sum equal to a plus b equal to a plus b, print sum. What does it show? Enter your first number, 6. Enter your second number, 7, 13. Voila. 8. Let's clear this up and make our code. Okay, that's a spelling mistake. Yeah. Make our code more good. Okay. So without assigning the value of sum equal to a plus b, you can either do this or you can either do this one, which I'm doing right now. That is, you can print the sum is uh, a plus b. You can either do this or either do this one. The first one or the second one, as you wish. Okay, which one is more comfortable? Can but just the difference is that you can write the sum as to this one. Also, you can write to that one, but as you wish you want. Let's suppose you the first number as 5, second number as 5, sum is 10, right? So this is how you can take input from the user. Our first question is done. Okay, okay, so you have to take input from the user, input a side of a square and print its area. Okay, this, how, okay. So let's clean this up so that everything is visible. Okay, so what was the question? You have to take two inputs from the user and one side of the square the one side of the area to other side. Simple, right? Area of the square, side into side. Okay, let's suppose. Okay, now let's take the side as the floating value. Side equal to float, float, input, enter the side of square. Okay, so we have taken the input from the user, the side of the square, and now I will be printing the area, area equal to side multiply by side, and we will be printing the value. The area of the square is comma area. Let's run this. Let's suppose the area of one side of the square is 6. The area of the square is 36.06 dot 6. Okay, why does this dot O is coming? Because we have taken the input from the user, that is floating value. Let's suppose we are giving the floating value, that is 3.3. If we're giving you the area of the square is 10.899999, right? That's what float means, right? Okay, now that is our second question. Average of two numbers. Same thing you can do. Same thing. Let's do this question. You have to take the average of two numbers. Same. Let's okay. So now just clear this up. Yeah. So now we have to take average of two numbers. Let's suppose the number one is the variable of one should be a. I've given the variable name as a equal to, let's suppose we are giving this the value floating input. And now that is something that's not no, okay. Input, enter your first number. Okay, now this enter your first number. That will be taking the number first, same as here. The second thing, B, enter your second number. Now average of two numbers, average equal to A plus B divided by 2. Okay, that is the average of two numbers. Come on. Yeah. Now we are printing this. Now it's your wish that you can write this thing, the average Number is average. Right. Boom. Enter your first number. Let's say take some small numbers. Okay. Okay. Not there. We have to write here. Let's take two small number. Two. Second number, two. Voila. The average of two numbers is 2.0. Let's take floating digits. Let's take some big digits. Okay. Like 4.55 and 678.99. The average of that two number is 41.76999. It's keep going now. Okay. So that's the average of two numbers right there. And okay, this one, the question right here is pretty interesting. Okay, it's the last question of the series. That's a pretty interesting one. Okay, take two inputs, integer number a and b, print true if a is greater or equal to b. If a is greater than b, if not, print false. Boolean question, right? Let's take this. Yeah, let's do this one. Interesting. Okay. Oh, let's suppose a equal to integer, right? The question was to take integer, two numbers from the user, like enter. Okay, let's write this. Enter your first number, same as enter your second number, enter your second number. That is, let's take the variable name as b, second number. And now, if a is greater than b, it should print true. If it's not, then it should print false. That's what the question is, right? So what I can do here, I can directly write print a is greater than equal to b. Okay. If the a is greater than equal to b, it will be showing true or else it will be showing false. So let's suppose we are taking a as 5, not there. Let it be, yeah. Let's take enter your first number 5, enter your second number 2, true. Why it's true? Because 5 is greater than. Let's take one more scenario. Enter your first number 5, enter your second number 9. False. Okay. That is what our question is, and we have completed the question. Right. Simple, easy. So this is a series number one where we have learned about everything about what is Python, about our first code we have written, variables, characters, what is memory, rules, literal, comments, keywords, everything. Okay, operators, typecasting. We have practiced some questions over here. Okay, so this is the first series. Let's see you guys in the second lecture of the class Python. That's it. Thank you. Hey guys, how's it going? My name is Ayush. So this is lecture number two. In this lecture, we are going to be learning about strings, indexing, slicing, and very importantly, conditional statement. So these are the summary, like like an index of this lecture. So let's begin with the topic first, that is strings. Okay. So what does the string means? So string is a data type that stores a sequence of characters. So what exactly are strings? Those are the types of data types that is stored in a sequence. For example, I'm writing this in a double quotes. This is a string. So any word which is written, any sentence which is written in double quotes, that is a string. This whole thing is a string, right? So what if I want to print a string in my output? What would I do there? I would just print this and there will be my output. So yeah, this is my string. So basically what the string means, anything that is written inside double quotes, that is string, right? Okay, now what if I want to give space here? Let me print this. What will the output be? See, here I have given the space. I've given the space there, but in the output there is no space. So what would I do here? So there we will be using amp/n. Let me print this. Here you go. This is a string. So the string have came to the next line. So for the next line, what we can do is /n. By writing the /n, any word after the /n, it will be printing in the next line, right? Yeah. Now strings are clear. Some basic operation are concatenation. So what does concatenation means? So concat means to add. Concatenation means to addition. And if there would be any two or three words, you have to just add that words. Like here, hello plus world, hello world, right? That is concatenation. Let's add two names actually, right? A equal to Ayush, B equal to Mohan, right? Now just concatenate, we have to concatenate, means we have to add these two. So what will we do here? Let's just print this out while doing addition. So this is concatenation, right? So what would be the output? Okay, what's wrong? Maybe it's not defined. Oh, okay. See, Ayush Mohan. So this has been concatenate, right? So like this, you can easily concatenate any two words, right? Let's clear this up. Now, what if I want to know the length of any string? For example, uh, let's take any short words. For example, Ayush. Let me directly print this out. Print the length of A. So it will be giving me the length of Ayush. That is 5, right? Ayush. That is 5 words right there. So what is this len here? So len is a function, right? So len is a function. So like this, we can get the length of the string. What if I have given here a space? Will this count the space? Yes, it would count the space too. That is 6, right? Total words here is 6. Yeah, those are the two methods, basic operations, right? Now, what does indexing means? Indexing means positioning a number. For example, there's a string, Apna college, where, okay, so the starting would be starting from zero, not one, right? Like, for example, there's this Apna college where A is zero, P is one, N is two, A is three, just go on. Oh, right. So let me do one more code here. Let me clean this out. So this is a string right here, Ayush. Let me print A of, let's suppose I want A. Let me print this out. Here comes A. If I want first digit of my string, that is Y, not A. If I want the second digit, you can do a second. That is U. Like this is what indexing means, right? Yeah. So here str0 is A, str1 is P, right? Str0 is not B, not allowed, right? You can't change your string. Like if I want my string A as B, you can't change that, right? You can't change it. Now, what does slicing means? Slicing is like accessing the part of a string. For example, one is to 4. Let me print this out. The output will be YUS. Why it is YUS? Okay, in slicing, let's suppose this is a string right here. Apna college is the string. If you're slicing from 1 is to 4, then 1 will be printed. What is 1? That is P. P is 1. 2 will be printed, 3 will be printed, but 4 will not be printed. 4 will be excluded, right? In the same scenario here, 1 is to 4. Y will be printed, U will be printed, S would be printed, but not the fourth digit would be excluded, right? And what if, what if here there is no digit? So it is same equivalent as to 0. So there would be A. What if here there is a digit and here there is no digit? Then that means there is, it goes through infinity. So here you go. The whole name is printed here. Why? Because there is no digit here. It's still infinity, right? So this is done. So what if the slicing is a negative indexing? So the E here, the A would be -5, B would be -4. Let this go on. E will be -1. Let's suppose string is apple and we want the slicing from -3 is to -1. In this scenario, P, the first digit would be printed, second digit would be printed, but the third digit would be excluded. The same scenario in the positive case, same scenario in the negative case, right? So this is negative slicing. So there are some of the functions in strings, right? So these are some functions like ends with, capitalize, replace, find, and count. Those are some functions here. Okay. So let's suppose there is a string str equal to I am a coder. Now str dot ends with double quotes er. It will be telling you if the string is ending with er or not. If it's ending with er, it would be printing true, or else it would be printing false. Right. Let me do an example of this. Print a dot ends with an. So it will be telling me that if my name is ending with an an, so yeah, it is ending with an an, so that's true, right? Let's suppose if it is ending with some digits, or else, yeah, some digits. So there is false, right? So ends with is the function. So function. So there are more functions like str.capitalize. What would this do? Is capitalize my first digit of my name. Let's do this. Capitalize. Let's run this. Yeah. So in my original string, the A is small. A is small. But in my output, the A is capitalized because of this capitalize function, right? This other things like str.replace, old, comma new. Replace is a function here. So what if, let me do it. Replace, let's suppose I want to replace whole name. Let's replace my whole name to John Paul. What would this do? Let's run this. So now my name is printing as John Paul, not my original name, right? So with this replace function, you can replace an old value to a new value, right? You can replace old value here with a new value or a new name. That is what replace function do. And also, if I want to find a word that is in my name or in my sentence, for that I will be using find function. It will be returning you the first index of the first occurrence. What does that mean? Right? So let me do this. A dot find a word which would be, let's suppose, Y. So Y is coming in the first index. First index. Let's suppose there is more y's over here. What does this do? Still, it will be giving you the first occurrence, right? So that is what find functions do. Find function do. What does count do? It counts the occurrence of substring in a string, which means, let's suppose if I want to count the number of y's in my name, there are four y's. Are there four y's? Yes, one, two, three, four. Yeah, there's four y's in my name or else in my string, right? That is what count functions do. So those are some strings function which is important. Now let's practice some questions over here. So the first question is input username. You have to take the input from the user, your name, and print its length. Easy, right? So before that question, let us do the second question because it's matching from the previous questions which we have done. You have to find the occurrence of dollar in a string. You have to find the occurrence of the dollar, means how many times it is occurring. So what function would we use here? This one, the count function. So let's do this question. Let us take a string where would be using some dollars. Let's type anything with some dollars in it so that we could be using, yeah. So these are some dollars over here. We have given some dollars. Okay, now I have to find how many times this dollars occur in my string. For that, I will print this a dot count dollars. Let's run this 10 times. So 10 times there are these dollars in my string, right? You can count if you want. There are 10 of them. So this is one question done here. Let's clean this up. Now, this first question, take input from the user, your name, and then print its length. Let's take input from the user. Let's take the input. Here we have taken the input from the user. Now we have to print the length of the name. So what we'll be doing here is print. We will be using the length function here, length of A. We don't know what A is because we are taking that from the user. So let's suppose my name is Vicstar. So the Vicstar, the name has 8 digits in it, 8 characters in it. Let's run this one more time. Now let's take the name as John Paul. Let's print this. So they are 62. Oh, no. Let's rewrite it. So they are 9 digits in John Paul. right? Previously, it has counted these all things here. That's why it was given 62, right? So the question is done. Now let's move on. Now the most important thing in this lecture, that is conditional statement. What does this means? Okay, so the syntax of this is very important. So what does conditional statement means? Conditional statements, because there will be many conditions in a statement. If one is true, then it will be executed. If that is false, next thing, elif would be executed. If that is also false, it would be returning you the value of else case. Like C, in this case, if the condition over here would be true, then this statement one would be executed and giving you the output. If if this part is false, then the elif part would be executed and giving you the statement of true. If this both are incorrect, then the final last thing would be executed, that is else. Else statement would be executed. Right. So these are condition statements. For example, let us take this condition over here. We will be doing some questions. So the condition is grade student based on marks. Let's suppose if the marks of the student is, let's suppose if the marks of the student, he is a good student, he has got some 97 marks. So if the marks is greater than 90, then grade is equal to A. If it is equal to 90, or if it is equal to 80 or lesser than 90, the B would be given. Respectfully 70 C, and rest of them would be D, right? So now the student has scored 97 marks, then the statement A would be printed, that he has scored A grade in the subject, right? So this is how condition statement works. So what do we do here is we will be practicing some questions, but let us do one question from this, what we have learned. Okay, so now what I would be doing here is I would be assigning the value, let's suppose marks equal to same 97. If marks are greater than 90, if marks are greater than 90, what would be printing? Print, he has scored A marks, A grade. Elif, if the student has scored 80, or sorry 90, below 90, or equal to 80, he would be scoring B grade. You can also use elif one more time, as many as you wish. If the student scored 80 or below the marks, or greater than equal to 70, he would be getting the grade C. Okay, after all, if the student has scored any other marks, let's suppose else, he would be getting the grade D. Now let's run this code and let's see whether A would be printing or not. Yeah, A has printed. Let's suppose the kid has scored 67 marks, 67. He has scored D, right? It's below 70. Right. Now, let's suppose the kid has scored around 110. Also, that's possible, right? Then he has scored A because that's greater than 90, right? You can also do one case over here that is greater than or equal to 90 or equal to 100, not greater than 100, right? So this is one question we have done. Now let's suppose, let me take marks from the user. Here I am assigning the value, whether the student is scoring 67 marks or else 71, 110. Let me take the marks from the user. So for that, what I would do is I would using int input enter the marks. Let's run this. Okay, now the user is giving this, right? Let's suppose the kid has scored 60, 86. He has scored B marks. Let's run one more time. If the student has scored around 99, he will be scoring E, right? Yeah. So this part has been cleared, I guess. Now let's do some questions which are very interesting. So the question here is you have to check if a number entered by the user. So here we are taking input from the user. We are not assigning the value directly in our code. So we have to enter the value of the user. We have to enter by the user. So the number entered by the user is odd or even. We have to check it. So let's do it. Easy, right? Let me clear this. Clear this out. Yeah. So let's take the number. Let's take input from the user first of all. Input, enter your number. Now you have to check if this number is divisible by 2 or not. So for that, what we will do is we will be using if or else statement. So if the number is divisible by 2 is if the number if divisible by 2, then the output would be 0. Then the remainder would be 0. For that, I'm using modulus sign here, right? Modulus sign would be giving the remainder. If it is divisible by 2, the remainder would be 0. I guess that's clear, right? If it's divisible by 2, then it would be printing even number. You have entered even number as it is to you, right? If it's not, we will be using else case, not elif, because it's a finite point what you type. Else, it's an odd number. There will be two cases. It's an odd or even. If it's divisible by 2, it's an even number. If it's divisible by not if it is not divisible by 2, it's an odd number. Right. So we have taken the input from the user and it's checking. Let's run this code. Let's suppose 8. 8 is divisible by 2. Yeah, it's an even number. Let's suppose 6, 7 is not divisible by 2. It's an odd number. It's an odd number. Right. Easy. So that is our first question. Let us do the second question. That is, you have to find the greatest of three numbers entered by the user. Same thing, same logic. You have to take three inputs from the user and you have to check if one digit is greater than other, it will be printing this number is bigger. If it's not, other number is bigger. If both are not big, the third number is bigger. So in the second scenario, we will be using if, elif, and else. That's it. Let's take two numbers. Let's suppose, and yeah, it's an integer. That's why we are taking input from the user as integer number. Uh, enter your first number. Okay, wait a sec. Let me assign the value. This as B, this as C. C, enter your second number, enter your third number. Now we will be using if, elif, and else. If A is greater than B and also if A is greater than C, it would be printing the value as A is bigger. A is bigger. Now, elif, because there's one more statement, that's why elif. What if B is greater than A and B is greater than C2? It would be printing that B is bigger. Print B is bigger. Right. Now, what's the else case would be? Of course, the C would be bigger here. You don't have to write in else case as you wish. Print. The last case would be C is bigger, right? So we have taken three input from the user. We have checked. Let's run this. Let's let us take the first digit as 1, second digit as 2, third digit as 3. C is bigger. The third number is bigger, right? Yeah, that's the question. Now, the next thing, the next question, last one. You have to check if a number is multiple of 7 or not. Same as the first question. If you want to find if a number is positive, is odd or even, you will be dividing or moduling with 2. Here you will be moduling with 7. That's it. A equal to, let's take the input first of all. input, enter your number. Now we have to check. We have taken the input from the user. Now we have to check if this number is divisible by 7 or not. So if A is divisible by 7, if the reminders give 0, it is divisible by 7. If it's not, it is not divisible by 7. Okay. It, oh shit. It is by 7. If it's not, then it's not divisible by 7. Right. So we have taken the input from the user and we have checked it. Let's run this code. Let's take the number as 14. So 14 is divisible by 7. So it should show it is divisible by 7. Let's see. Yeah, it is divisible by 7. Let's take 2, which is not divisible by 7. So it is not divisible by 7. So yeah, that's it. The third question is completed. So I hope everything is clear. Let's do one quick summary over here. So what you have learned about strings, what are strings, about some operations, what is indexing. We have done some questions of indexing. What are slicing, negative slicing, some functions. These are the 5 functions we have learned, and we have done some questions. Print the length. Length is a function, right? Yeah, and the most importantly, the condition statement. There are 3 of them: if, else, else. If it's not true, else would be executed. If else is not true, else would be executed. And we have done some questions, right? I hope everything is clear. I hope you have enjoyed the video. So that's it for today. Thank you.
Hey guys, how's it going? My name is Ayush. In this lecture, we are going to be learning about lists and tuples. And also we are going to do some question so that we can have some practice on it. So let's start our topic. The first topic is the list. So what are lists in Python? So what are lists? So a list is a built-in data type that stores a set of values. So those values can be a string, can be a float, can be can be an integer, right? For example, also it can store element of different types, as I said, integer, float, string, etc. For example, there is a marks variable over here, and for making list, what you are using is a square bracket, right? Make sure it's a square bracket, then it's a string, means it's a list, right? So inside it, there are many integers with commas. So this is a list. Anything which contain inside brackets, the square brackets, especially the square brackets, right? So here is a variable student, and in the square bracket we have Karan, comma 85, comma Delhi, right? So in list there can be of different data types. Like for example, here we have in the student case we have string and an integer, right? Also, we can access a part of the list using this thing, students square bracket 0. Let us do one example of it. so that everything is clear. For example, let me take the variable as a. And this is an list. And what if I want to access a part of the string? Let's suppose I want to access the first digit, that is the zeroth index, right? This is 0 and this is 1, right? If I want to access the zeroth index, what would I do? A of 0. Like this, I can access a part of the string. If I want Mohan, I can write 1 in my square bracket, then I can access Mohan, right? This can go on, like for example, let's take one other name, Aina, inside the square brackets. See, and also access that. What if we are accessing the fifth index? So as you can see, there is no fifth index over here. What will the output giving? There would be an error. The error is list index out of range. So the fifth index doesn't contain, that's why it's showing an error, right? Also, the next thing is this: the list is mutable. What does mutable means? That it can get changed. We can change the value. So in string, we have seen that it's an immutable. We can't change the value. But in list, it's mutable, means it can change the value. I will show you once. Also, length is a function. You can also use length in our list to find the length of the variable or the list length, right? Now let's do slicing of the list. So slicing is accessing a part of a variable that is called as slicing. It's a similar to string slicing, right? For example, here they have taken marks equal to, this is a list because it's in a square bracket with comma separated. And if you want to access 1 is to 4, let me show you how this is done. Let me clear this out. If I want to access, let's suppose this is a string which I am making as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is a string, this is a list. And if I want to access a part of this, what would I do? As print 1 is to 4, okay. Print A of, let's suppose 1 is to 4. Then what would it be printing? So we know the first index is 2, 2 will be printed. Second digit is a 3. Third digit is 4. But the fourth digit won't be printed. 5 won't be printed. It would be excluded, right? Let's print this. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. And the output is also in a list format. Why? Because we are using list here. That's why the output is also in list format, right? What if I am not giving the ending value? 1 is to blank. What will this print? This will be printing till last. Empty, something empty means it's an infinity. Suppose it's 4 here and this part is empty. The first digit is empty. Then it would be printing from the first digit. From the zeroth index, it would be printing because that is infinity. From infinity till 4. But the fourth digit won't be printed, one would be excluded. And now we are doing, yeah, this thing is done. Now coming to list methods. What are the methods can do? Okay, so these are some of the list methods. For example, here's a list with brackets 2 comma 1 comma 3. Now these are the functions like append, sort, reverse, insert. These are the functions. As we have seen in the string, there are also many functions they have used. Here also there's functions. Right. For list, there's list.append. What does this do? Let's add one element at the end. Let's suppose if we want to add 4, what would we do there? So we use list.append. It would be adding one digit last. Let's do one example. 2 comma 3 comma 4. This is a list. What if I want to append it? Means I want to add a digit, at the end. Let's suppose the adding I would add 5 at the last. If I want to add 5 at the last, what would I do? I would just run it. Wait, let me clear this out. I will print this. Let me run this. Yeah. So in the last digit, the 5 has been added to the list, right? Like this, we can add anything in our list. Let's suppose we are adding uh, any other digit as you wish. For example, 6. It would be adding 6, right? This is easy. Now, next thing is sort. What does sort do? It sort our list in ascending order. For example, let's suppose this is some random numbers in the list, and if I want to sort this, what I would do is sort. We will use sort as a function and we will print that, right? And we would print A. What will be the output? Yeah, we have got in the ascending order. It has been sorted. The list has been sorted. So that is a function of sort. What if I want to reverse the order? If I want it in ascending order, then what I would do is I would use reverse in the bracket. I will use reverse is equal to true. In this case, what it will be printing from the descending order, not from the ascending order, right? Now this has been done. Now list dot reverse. What it just reverse the list. In sorting, it sorts the value. Also, if we write in the brackets reverse equal to true, it will be descending the order. But when we use reverse, it would be reversing the list, not the order. Right? Let's do this. Reverse. Right? It would be reversing the order. See, the 5 at the ending has been came to the first here, and the 4 at the beginning has came to the end. Right? Like this. 6 was the second last. It has came to the second first. second, right? So this has been sorted, means it has been reversed, the list has been reversed. Like, also there is one more, that is insert function, in which we can insert any element at an index, right? So those are some of the functions that we use, right? And also, what if, okay, in this example we have using integers. Let's suppose we are using strings. So how to write string inside this square brackets? How can we write? We can also use double quotes, or we can use single quotes as you wish. I'm using single quotes, right? Or else we can use double quotes. Let's write double quotes. Let's suppose we are sorting A, B, C, D, right? So A, comma, D, comma, E, comma, B. Let us sort this. So A dot sort. Sort is a function, right? And we will print this. Let's run this. So here you go. The list has been sorted. So this is how you can sort any list that contains string value, right? Now let's do one thing. Let In this case, I have given the value. Let's take input from the user. String. Let's take string from the user. Let's do that. To how to write that code? Let's suppose I'm taking a number. Let's suppose number equal to how to take input from the user, which should be string, and also the string. It should not be a string. It should be an integer. How to take that? So I'm taking list map integer, because I'm using integer input. Enter your number. What would I do next is enter your number dot split. That's it. And let's just print this. Print number. Right? Let's clear this up. Okay, it has been cleared. Now, what does this means? This whole thing. Firstly, just run this. Yeah, enter your number. So we are entering a number in the list. Make sure you give proper spacing in between them. 2 comma 3 comma 5 comma. Let's suppose we are giving some random numbers. So yeah, this has been given the list. The list has been printed. So this is how you can take input from the user, which is a list. Like, so let's break it down how we have written this code, right? So number is a variable, we know, equal to list. We are using list. If we are using tuple, which I would tell you what is that. If we are using tuple, we would write tuple here. And what does map means? Map is that we want our number that is coming in the output as integer, not in the string. If we are not using map there, it would be directly giving the values in the string format. Okay, and we know it's an integer, and we have taken the input. And what does dot split bracket means? It will be splitting the value in commas, right? That is what we have broken it down. And if I want to take, okay, in this case, it's for integer. Let's suppose we are taking the value for some string. How to take that? So let's suppose fr equal to input, boom, enter your number. Oh, sorry, it's not a number. Enter your names dot split. No, that is wrong. Split bracket, yeah. And let's print this out. Now just run this. Enter your names. Let's suppose I, Mohan, John, Pork. Let's run this. Yeah. So those names has been came into in the form of list, right? So this is how you can take input from the user, which is a list. How you can take input, right? So these things has been cleared, I guess. And this is some more list, like list dot remove one. It would remove the first occurrence of the element. Like for example, there's a list a equal to square brackets 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 1 comma 2 1 comma 2. Okay, this is a list a dot remove. Make sure I'm giving the value that is at, not at the indexing value, right? For example, I want to remove 1, then I would put 1 here and I would print this out. Then 1 would be removed. Wait, yeah, let's, okay, where is it? Right. So the first occurrence would be removed, right? Next thing is pop. It would be removing element at index. Anything index I would be giving like 0, that index value would be removed, right? That is done here. Now coming to tuples. What does tuple means? So it is also a built-in data type that let us create immutable. What does immutable means? That cannot be changed further, right? For creating tuple, we can use parenthesis, means the normal brackets, parenthesis, right? This is how tuples are being created, and this is how you can, but you can't change the value. Like for example, I am changing the value of index 0 to 43. You can't do this in tuples, but you can do it in lists because those are mutables and tuples are immutables, right? And these are some methods of tuple. Let's suppose this is a tuple and index is a function. So tuple dot index el. It will return index of first occurrence, right? So tuple dot index one would be one, right? Where is the first occurrence? So 0, 1, right? Tuple dot count el. El would be something, right? Variable name or something. So it counts the total occurrence. Let's suppose like tuple dot count bracket 1 is 2, right? How many times 1 is getting? 2 times. 2 times there are 1 in our tuple, right? So these are some tuples. Also, okay, while writing tuple, make sure if you are writing tuple, if you are making tuple, make sure that you are using commas, one comma. Let's suppose I am not using comma here and I am printing the tuple. What would be the item? It would be printing, but let's print the type of tuple. Type of, it would be giving the value. It will be giving the value 1. But what's a type? It's an integer. But we have created here, it's a tuple. How to do convert this into tuple? By using comma. One comma. Now it is an tuple. But let's suppose I'm making some big digits over here. Should I add tuple here? Should I add the comma here? Let's run it. Still, it's a tuple. So if it's a big number you're using in a tuple, you don't have to give comma at the last. But if it's a single digit, you have to give comma, right? Otherwise, it's an integer, it's not a tuple, right? Okay. Now, now let us do some questions. I think that's it. Yeah. Now let us do some questions. Everything is covered. Let us do some questions, right? So here, the question is, we have to take name of three favorite movies as you wish and store them in a list. So we know how to take input from the user, right? Which is an how we have already seen how to take input in the form of list, right? And we have to store it in a list. Okay, so it would be giving you the value in list. So what we have to just do is take input from the user and just print that, right? Because we have seen the code earlier how to do that, right? So what should we do here is we would take a name of a variable. Let's suppose move equal to input, enter your, let's suppose I'm storing my name, or else they are saying movie, I would say, let's suppose animals. Animals, enter your animals. We are storing the animals in the form of lists. Okay. Last, we just have to write dot split and we will just print this out. Print MOV. Let's run this. Now let's enter your animal. It was showing that enter three animals or three movies. Let's suppose it's an animal. Let's suppose it's a dog. First is a dog. Then it's a cat. Then other animal should be fish. It's a fish is an animal. Yeah. Yeah. So we have stored this in the form of list. So rather than writing this code like this, you can also write this code in one more way. But this way is more easier, it's more comfortable, but there's one more way you can write. You can choose whatever you want. This would be more easier compared to the other one. This would be more easy. Still, let's write the other code, how to write that. So for that, what I would do is I would make an empty list. How to make that? Let's suppose movie so we are taking animals, right? Animals equal to bracket. So this is an empty list over here, which I'm not assigning value because see, okay, first I will write the code, then I would explain, right? So, okay, now we have to take three name of animals. So let's suppose a equal to input, enter your first animal. Second animal, third animal. So I have taken the input from the user, A, B, and C. These are the three animals. Now I have to store this inside the list. So how can I do this? So we have already made an empty list over here. So how can I add these three animal name into this thing? So we have studied a function called append, right? From this, what I can do, I can do is animal dot append A, animal dot append B, animal dot append C, right? Like this, I can add these three animals into these lists. Let's do this. So animal dot append, I'm adding first A, then animal dot append B, then I'm adding animal dot append C. So yeah, I've added these into the empty list. Now what I would do is finally print it. Print the animals. Okay, let's clear this up. Yeah, clear this up. Let's run the code. Let's take the first animal name. Let's suppose the first animal is a dog. Second is a pork. Third is a beta fish. So here you go. It has been stored in the form of a list. So this is also how you can take input from the user and store it into an empty list, and you can append that value one by one. But it's a long code. You can do either this or either the first one as you wish. Right? Which one is more easy? You can do that. Okay, so this questions has been done. Now the next question is check if the list contain a palindrome of element. Hint, use copy method. Okay, you can either use this or there's an easier method to find anything which is palindrome or not. That is much easier. Okay, what does palindrome means? So if you read something from the right hand side or the left hand side, it would be same, right? For example, ma'am, M. So if you read it from the right hand side or from the left hand side, it would be same. One more palindrome is Malayalam. If you read it from the right hand side or from the left hand side, it would be same. That is what palindrome is, right? Now, how to check it? Let's write the code. Let's suppose uh, it hasn't. Okay, list. Okay, now let's do one list. List equal to Let's suppose the list has my name, which is not a palindrome. If the list is equal to list of -1, print it is a palindrome. It is a palindrome. Else print it's not a palindrome. It is not a palindrome. Right. So I know my name is not a palindrome. Let's run this. So yeah, it's a palindrome. Okay, why it is showing like this? Because uh, let's suppose I'm taking the name as ma'am, comma. Let's take more values like Ayush. See, it's not a palindrome. Means the left and the right is not same. Right. Now let's suppose I'm taking numbers. One. Numbers should not be in curly brackets. Means double quotes. Now this is not a palindrome. Let's run this. Yeah, it's not a palindrome. Let's take the palindrome here. Comma 4, comma 3, comma 2, comma 1. Now this is a palindrome. Yeah, it's a palindrome, right? So this is a code to find palindrome in a list, right? Okay, now this question has been done. For example, yeah, this is a palindrome and this is a palindrome. Left side, right hand side. We can even write we can even read from the right hand side or the left hand side. It would be same, right? Now, these are the last two questions. So, the first question is count the number of students with the A grade in the following tuple. So, we can use the function called as count in this tuple, right? Now, let us make this tuple first of all. So, suppose that's a grade over there, grade equal to, we are taking tuple. So, C, first one was C, like this, C comma D, A, A, B, comma B, comma A. Let's suppose this is a tuple over here, and I want to print a grade dot count. Count is a function over here. What I have to count is A. So it would count how many A's are there. So there are three A's in my tuple. First, second, third. Right. Also, what if In this case, I have assigned the value of tuple. What if I am the user want to enter the value of tuple? Same as this list, how list works, same as that. So grade equal to tuple input, enter your grade, enter your grade dot split bracket. Let's run this. The main thing that you want to focus here is proper spacing over here. So A comma B comma something. Let's run this. There are two A's in my tuple. So that is one, and here you go, two. There are two A's. So this is how you can take tuple from the user, means the input from the user which is a tuple, right? Same as the list, right? So this question has been completed. Now the second question, store the above value in a list and sort them from A to B. So same, you have to take this thing and you have to sort. How you can do this? By the sort function. Easy, right? So boom, boom, boom. Let me go to the previous one. Yeah. So let us sort this. So for this, what I can do? Okay. Also, they have said stored it in string, not in tuple. Let's store this in list, not in tuple. Yeah. Now I just want to sort it. Then print grade dot sort. Yeah. Now it would be sorting. Why it is coming in none? Because because this is a function, means this we have written is in a double quotes. That's why it's coming in a none value. Okay. So for this question has been done. Yeah, you can easily sort. Now, yeah, everything has been cleared, I guess. Mm, yeah, everything has been done. Yeah. So I hope everything has been understood. List has been understood. What are lists? Is it mutable or immutable? Done. List slicing. We have seen some slicing of list and some methods, some functions like append, sort, reverse equal to true, reverse, insert, some methods, tuple, what are tuples, some methods and some questions. Right. So these things has been cleared. I think you have enjoyed the video. That's it for the lecture number 3. Let's see you in the lecture number 4 with dictionaries and all those things. So that's it. Hope you like this video. Thank you. Hey guys, how's it going? My name is Ayush. In this lecture number 4, we are going to be learning about dictionaries and sets. Okay, so these things are the summaries of this lecture. So let's start from the first topic, that is what is dictionary, right? So what are dictionaries in Python? So dictionaries are used to store data values in key and value pairs, right? So what are dictionary? Those are the key and value pairs that are stored as a data value, right? So now they are unordered, mutable, means they can be changeable further, and don't allow duplicate keys. For example, like What does, okay, let's learn from the starting that they are unordered. Like they can be ordered in any ways, right? They're mutable, they can be changeable. Means in future you can change the dictionary, like here the name is Shraddha. In future I can change this name to John Pock, right? And don't allow duplicate keys. For example, like if I'm printing the like for marks, for example, marks are stored in like 98 comma 98 comma 97. If I'm going to print it, then there will be only two numbers would be printed, 98 and 97. 98 won't be printed two times, right? So duplicacy is not in dictionaries. So how you can make a dictionary by using curly brackets, right? And with proper spacing and proper commas, you can make dictionary, right? So let us do one example over here so that dictionaries would be understandable. Like for example, information, curly brackets, right? Let's make key and value pairs. For example, let's me take as this is key. Also, you should write these value in the double quotes. Values with proper spacing, with proper commas. Like this, you can make dictionary. Let us take one more example that is adult, right? True, right? Now, what is true? True is an boolean. So you can also store inside the dictionary. It can be of a string, it can be a number, it can be an integer, it can be a floating value, it can be a boolean, and also it can be non-value. Right. Now the boolean is being stored in the inside the dictionary. Let us take one more, that is marks, and let the marks be an floating value. Let's suppose he has scored 67.67, right, with proper spacing, proper commas. Yeah, so this is your dictionary, and let us print this dictionary. Let us see what will be the output information. Yeah, let's print this. Yeah, so yeah, it came in inside and curly bracket. What does that mean? It's an dictionary, right? Because we have the key and the value pairs. What is the definition meaning? Like key and value pairs. See, the key and the value. This is the key. What are the keys? Is adult is a key. Marks are key. What are the values of that keys? True and the marks code. That is 67.67, right? Yeah, and this can be changeable, and duplicate keys are not allowed, right, as I said. And yeah, also let us discuss about what are nested dictionaries. Before that, let us take one more example of this, that is same information inside the curly brackets, so that it is a dictionary. Let's suppose name, Ayush Mohan, comma, let's take the subject, right? So what all subject I am learning? It can be many subjects, right? So how can I store this inside my dictionary? So you can store it as list or a tuple, right? You can either store in these two. Let's suppose we are taking list over here. That is the subjects I'm learning are Python and C++, right? So these are the subject which I am learning, and let's suppose Let's take age also. My age, that is 19. 8, not 9, 190. Yeah. So my age is 19. Yeah. So inside the dictionary, we can also store list. Also, we can store tuples, right? So inside the dictionary, we can store any kind of value, right? But it should be in a proper segmentation with proper spacing and with proper commas, right? That are all things we should be learning, right? So let's suppose, yeah, the age could be like, suppose there are, this is a marks, the age is a marks. We can also store marks that are inside like floating value. Also, we can be taking such normal integer that is like this, right? Yeah. Hmm. Also, yeah. So this is one thing. Let's print this out. Let's see what will be the game. Let's Okay, so let's print the whole information once. So the whole information has been given in the key and the value pairs, right? Inside the dictionary because of this double quote, means the curly bracket, right? So the name is Ayush Mohan, and in the subject case, it has been assigned like a list, right? Because we have assigned like list. So that's why it is coming in list. If we want, we can store this into tuple also. That's your wish. And the other key value pair, key values are age and my age number, right? Let's suppose if I want my name, just my name, so what would I do here? I would do inside the information, I would be using the brackets, the square bracket, and I would be writing my name. Like this, I can access just my name inside a dictionary, right? This is how I have known my name. And let's suppose I want to know my age. Yeah, so my age is 19, right? This is how you can search anything inside the dictionary, right? Now this is done. Now let's suppose I want to change my name, because we have seen that what, that it is mutable, means it can be changeable further. Let's suppose I want to change my name. So what would I do here? I would assign info that my name should be equal to, let's suppose my name is John Pork, right? And now let's just print the information. Let's see if it is mutable or not. It should be mutable because dictionaries are mutable. So yeah. Now my name has changed to John Pork. The subject has been Python and C++, and the age has been not changed. That's 19, right? Yeah. So from this we have known that the dictionaries are mutable. It can be changeable, right? So these things has been done. Now coming to the next thing, that is nested dictionary. Okay. So in the if else case, in the conditional statement, we have seen the nested thing, like what if, what if the statement, that one main statement has one more part in it, we use nested if statement, right? Like this in dictionary, we have nested dictionaries, means inside a dictionary, we can use another dictionary. For example, in this case, there is this student, name is Shraddha, so score. She has scored in chemistry 98, physics 97, and maths 95. So what we have done here, without storing this in one dictionary, we have stored it in another dictionary so that it could be very easy to access In future, if we want to access the score, we can just write print score, right? That's how we can know the score of the student, right? Let's write this code so that it could be understandable for everyone, right? First, just clear this out. Let's suppose student equal to, we have created a dictionary and we have to write everything, that is name is Josh, right? Name of the student is Josh, and let's suppose the subjects, he has subject or else score. So score could be many. So let us store score inside and nested dictionary inside a dictionary. So so in physics, he has scored around 99 marks. He's good at physics, right? And in chemistry, let's suppose he has scored 88 marks. Yeah, that's it. Okay, now let us print the information. Okay, now it is not information, it's student. Let's print this. Yeah. So these has came inside a dictionary with an key and value pairs. Right. And the score isn't separately dictionary. A score is a nested dictionary, right? So it has came inside an dictionary as a nested dictionary. Right. And now what if I want to know the score of that student? In future, if just want to know the score, I don't want to know the name of that student. So what would I do here? I would just print student and the score. Just run this, and the score of that student has been this thing, that what we have written, physics 99 and chemistry 88. What if just I want to know the marks of the chemistry? What would I do here? I would use bracket, the square brackets, and I would be giving CHE. Let's run this code. Now the student has scored 88 marks in chemistry. Like this, we can know each subject marks using this, right? What we have to just do is write down the square bracket and write the subject name inside, right? So what is this even doing here? So it is printing the student that has scored how much marks in chemistry. So what would be here the compiler would be doing? He would be searching for the chemistry inside the score, inside student, and it would be printing it out, right? That's how it works. Uh, Now, these have been done. Let's take an example of here, like the student and score and maths. Okay, now in the student, in score, in maths, he has scored 95 marks, right? So it would be printing out 95 in the output, right? Now there are some of these methods we have to learn in dictionary. We have also learned these methods in list, tuples, sets, right? Sets. We are gonna be learning about what are sets and all. So in list and in tuples, we have learned it about some different methods about the append and remove and all those things. And same in dictionary, we have also some methods. So let us learn one by one method. So these five methods are mostly common. So only these five are most important rather than learning more every methods. Okay, so let's learn the first method, that is dictionary method, that is mydict.keys, right? So what does this do? It returns all keys. Let's do it, right? So let's suppose, let me take one age over here as 23 and the subject and all things, right? Now let's print all keys in this dictionary. So what are keys? I said the keys are this name, age and the score. So it would be printing just name, age and score rather than the values too, right? So if we are printing just student, it would be printing the key and the value pairs. But while using this dot keys, we would be getting just the value of keys. No, not the value of key, just keys, not the value, right? So let's print this, print student dot keys. Let's print this. Yeah. So mydict is a function over here, and inside this is our name, age, and scope. So what are these? These are the keys inside an dictionary, right? Let's suppose if we want to print the length of the student, I want to know the length of the student. What are length? So length is three. That is name, age, and score are the length, right? This is how I can know what is the length of the dictionary and how to get the key, just the key of dictionary. This one is done. This method is being done. Now the second method, mydict.values bracket. What does this do? This returns the value, just the value, not the keys, right? In mydict.keys, just key would be printed. In values, only the values would be printed rather than the keys, right? So in this case, just we have to write here is values. Just print this out. Here, just the values has been came. That is Josh 23 and physics 99 and chemistry 88. These are the values right here, right? These are the values over here. These has just printed out, right? And now let us print this inside and list proper brackets. So yeah, now these has been printed inside a list rather than inside the tuple dict values, right? So before the student, if we are just writing here list, it would be giving you the output and list, right? And this function would not be shown here dict values, right? Second method has been done. Now the third method, my dict dot keys. It returns all key value pairs, right? It would return you all key values pair. Let's do this. Items. Just print this. Yeah. So it has been key value pairs, right? The name as Josh, age is 23, score inside and nested dictionary, that is physics 99 and chemistry 99. So what does this do? This has been created and key value pair inside this bracket, right? Inside this parenthesis, this is a separate thing, key value pair. This whole thing is a separate thing. This whole thing is a separate thing. So this is what dot items would do. It would be returning all key value pair as tuple, right? It was being inside this tuple, right? Because of this bracket, right? Inside this bracket. So that is tuple. Now my dict dot key dot get inside that is key. It returns the key according to value. Let's do this. So student dot get the name Josh. Right. Now let's do one more thing over here. Without writing dot get, I can even get the name Josh. How? Student bracket name. Right. Without writing the method of the dictionary that is dot get, I can get the name Josh. Here you go. But the thing over here is that let's suppose the name by mistakenly the name 2 I want to search. Same over here. Now let's run the code. See, in dot get the name, the output would be given as none because there is no such thing in the dictionary as name 2 as key. But without using the dot get, what we are getting over here? Key error name 2. It doesn't exist over here and it is giving you an error. So if we don't want any errors in our code, we use this method over here rather than the second method, which is this thing, because we don't want error in our compiler, in our terminal, right? Why? Because just we don't want, right? Now my dict dot update new dictionary. Let us do this thing also. So for this, what would we do? For this, same, we want to update anything. Student dot update. If I want to update, if we want to change something, like if I want to add something inside my dictionary, I would use the dot update method. So inside the update method, if I want to add my city, that is Delhi, so in this case, I can update my student. That is, I can add something. What was the definition? Insert the specific item to the dictionary. Right? We can update something inside the dictionary. This thing has been done. Now let's clear this out. Now, coming sets. What are sets? So set is a collection of unordered items. So what are like same as dictionary? It is not ordered here also, and each element in the set must be unique and it is immutable. Means it cannot be changed further. In dictionary, we have changed the value, my name, into some other name, but in set, we can't do this, right? And the main difference in set and dictionary is one thing, that is dictionary is mutable, it can changeable. Set is immutable, it cannot be changeable. Second thing, in dictionary we are using key value pairs, but in set we are not using key value pairs. We are just using the curly bracket. Yes, in dictionary there was curly brackets, and in set is there is also curly bracket, but we are not using key value pairs over here, right? And also it is unique. What does that mean? Like, it repeated elements store only once, not it revolves to 1 comma 2. See, if there's this number, let's suppose this is set 2, and if we are printing this set 2, what will be the output? It would be not 1 comma 2 comma 2 comma 2. No, it should it would be 1 comma 2, right? Because these things are unique, right? So it repeat element store one only once, so it revolves to 1 comma 2. And an empty set is possible in this, right? Now, yeah, mm, these are some methods. And one more thing, duplicacy is not allowed in sets, right? And sets are mutable. Now, what I'm talking about, because here it's written immutable. So sets are mutable, but sets, inside the set there are elements. These are immutable, right? So what does that mean? So sets actually are immutable, but they are mutable too. But inside the sets there are elements. Those guys are immutable, right? These elements are immutable, but the whole set is immutable, right? So indirectly these things are immutable. Definition has been done. Now some methods. As we have seen inside dictionary, there were methods in sets. These are some methods, some most important methods. That is set.addEl. If I want to add something, okay, let's take an example. Let's print that out. Let's see what will be the type of that set, right? So let us take an example of collection 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4, right? And just I will just print the type of collection, right? So it's a set, right? And now let's just print the length of the set. What will be the length of the set? It's 4. Okay. So inside length, so inside the sets, we can also use some strings. It would also count the string. Also, we can write some Boolean values. Also, we can write some floating values, right? Now let's run this. Still it's a set, and the length is 6, right? Now now let's add something. Now let's add something in our set. How to add something in our set? Easy, right? Set dot add. What we have to add? Let's suppose we have to add 8 in our set, and we will print this out. Print set. Sorry, set dot add, no, collection dot add. What we can do is we can directly write this over here. Let's print this out. Okay, why is it coming in none? Because we want to write this thing collection collection, right? Now let's print this out. Yeah, the 8 has been added to the set, right? So the first method has been done. Set dot remove, it removes the element. Let's remove 2, right? So collection dot remove, let's suppose we are removing 2 from our set. So the 2 has been removed. So the second method is also being done. Set dot clear, if I want to empty the set, if I don't want any value, if I don't want any values inside my set, for that what would I do? Yeah, now it has came, the output is an empty set, right? Inside the set there is nothing, there is no values over here. And what does pop do? It removes a random number. Pop, let's see what would it be removing from 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, so it has been removed, 1 has been removed using dot popped. Let's run this one more time. So yeah, same, 1 has been removed, 1 has been removed, same, right? It has removed a random number. So these are some of the methods, and there are more methods. Some two most important methods in set, that is union and interaction. So what does union means? So in maths we have learned what are union. It combines both set of values, like there would be one set of value and second set of value, it would be combining it. But what does interaction mean? So when these two values combine, what are their common values it would be printing? Let's do one example and let's see how does these two works, right? Both are easy. Let's do this example. Let's suppose there is set 1, 1 comma 2 comma 3, and there is set 2, 2 comma 3 comma 4. Let's print this out. Set 1 dot union means I'm adding this to the set 2, right? This thing has been done. Yeah, so what I'm doing here, I'm adding set 1 to set 2. I'm taking set 2 and I'm taking set 1 and adding to set 2. That what this mean, right? Let's print this. Okay, there's an example. Okay, yeah. So it has been added. So in adding, if duplicacy won't be allowed in this, in union duplicacy won't be allowed. That means 1, 2, 3 would be printed in the first one, and in second there are 2, 3. It won't be printed once again, right? 4 is being printed there, right? Now let's suppose I'm taking this as intersection. Then what would be printed? Intersection means the common thing. So what is common in here? That is 2 and 3 is common in both of them, right? 2 or 3 are common in both of them. That's why 2 and 3 has been printed. So these are two methods, right? Now there are some questions. 4 questions we would be doing. That is store following word meaning in Python dictionary. Table cat. We have to store this in dictionary. Easy, right? What would we doing here? That is, we have to store these two. Okay, let's take the variable name as collection, and also we have to store this as dictionary. Let's suppose this table, and inside this table let's store this thing, the whole value of the table, into list. Right, why I'm doing this? Because it would look more cleaner. A piece, what was that? A piece, okay, something. So I'm writing dots here, comma, what was the other thing? List of facts. Facts. Right, there's something over here. And the next thing is cat. Cat, what is a cat? That's an animal. That's an animal. And make sure you're giving proper commas so that there won't be any mistakes. Yeah, so this thing has been stored inside a dictionary, and let us just print this out so that everything is being completed. Print this out. Let's run this code. Okay, so two times it had been running. Let's see the last one. Yeah, table. So yeah, it's in curly bracket. That means it has stored it in dictionary. So the value, the key is table. The values has been print inside a list because it's more cleaner. And the cat is an animal, right? The key, it's a key, and this is a variable. So it has been stored inside an key value variable. That means it's an dictionary, right? Now the other thing is, you are given a list of subjects for student. Assume one classroom is required for one subject. How many classroom are needed by all students? Okay, now here we are seeing that Python is somewhat three times and Java is somewhat three times and C++ is also what sometimes three times. Yeah. So in dictionary we have seen that duplicacy is not allowed. What does that mean? Like the Python here is three times. That doesn't mean that it would be giving you three classes for Python and three classes for Java and three classes for C++. No. So what would do like the dictionary would do here is, if we find the length of the dictionary, duplicacy will be removed, right? From there we would be knowing that how many classes should be there, right? If the duplicacy is removed, then we would find how much actually is the length, right? Now let's run this code, like let's write this code so that everything is being cleared, everything is understandable, right? Now let's write the code, the subject. So I'm taking some small thing, Python, comma Java, comma C++, comma same C++. So there's one Python, one Java, and two C++. Right. Now let us print the length of this. Let us print the length of this. Print the length. Why we are printing the length, and what is length? Length is a function, right? So why we are printing the length? So that we would get the length of the number of subjects, so that we could assign those subjects into one classrooms. All right. Subject, Let's run this code. It should be 3. Yeah, it is 3. Right. So duplicacy has been removed and there should be 3 classes to assign the 4 subjects. Right. Yeah, this question has been done. These two questions are pretty interesting ones. Like you will love this question. So you have to enter marks of 3 subjects from the user. Like you have to take the input from the user. Same. We have done these questions in list and tuples and store them in dictionary. Start with an empty dictionary. Make sure you read this point. Start with an empty dictionary and add one by one. We have seen this question in the list. Use subject name and key value marks as values, right? Whatever the question is. So we have understood the question. What does this mean? Let's do this question. So it has been told that to start with an empty dictionary. Let's start with an empty dictionary. We have created an empty dictionary. Let's take the input from the user. That is, it was showing that take 3 input. Let's take 2 inputs rather than making the video longer. Right. So it is an integer. We have taken input from the user. We are taking the input from the user. Yeah. And now uh, enter enter the marks of physics. Enter the marks of physics. Now same as the second one. Let's take the name as y. Enter the marks of chemistry. We have taken the input from the user and we have to store these two inside the marks. So how can we do this? We have seen an method, dictionary method, how we can store it using the update, right? We will be updating it. So in list we have seen that we are using append. In dictionary we are using update, right? So let's write this code. Marks dot update. We have to update this into the physics. Update into the curly brackets. Yeah, phy physics x. Same we are updating this into chemistry. That is y. With proper spacing. Yeah, so we have updated. We have taken this updated value into the empty dictionary. Like that is what the question said. And let's just print it out. Marks. Let's print this out. Oh, this. It's just one error over here. Yeah, most recall entering amount. Okay, it should be X. Yeah, enter the marks of physics. Let's suppose the marks of physics are 67. Enter the marks of chemistry, that is 88. So yeah, it has been inside the dictionary, right? And with the curly bracket, it has been stored, right? So this thing has been done. Now let us to the second question. The second question is figure out a way to store 9 and 9.0 as separate value in sets. Okay, what if I'm just writing it as 9 comma 9.0 9.0. Let's print this out. What would the output? Output would be 9 because in set 9.0 the floating value is converted into the integer. So how can I store 9.0 and 9? So one thing what I could do here is make this into a string. But while making this into a string, it would be printing 9.0. This is how I can store 9.0 inside a dictionary. And one more thing of what I could do here is I could make this. I could write this like inside dictionary with some brackets and float float uh, floating value as 9.0 comma integer integer comma 9, and I would be printing the value. Okay, rather than doing this, you can do the other step, that is value. As I said before, value equal to curly brackets 9 comma in string 9.0, and you can print this out. You can print this out. The output would be this thing, right? So this is how you can store something 9 and 9.0 inside the dictionary, inside the set, right? So these things has been clear. So yeah, dictionaries and set has been cleared, I guess. So let us revise what we have done. So what are dictionary? It's the key value pairs. We have seen some of the nested dictionaries also. What does the nested dictionary means? Dictionary inside a dictionary, right? And some of the methods like dot get, dot keys, it would be getting you all the keys. Dot values, just the values. Dot items, key value pairs. Dot get, it would be returning the value according to the key. And update, it would be updating the specific item, right? Right. And what are set is a collection of unordered items, right? And it is unique. Duplicacy is not allowed in this. What does that mean? 1 comma 2 comma 2 2. If we print this, just 1 comma 2 would be printed. Some of the methods like add, remove, clear, and pop. Okay, and add means to add something, remove means to remove an element, clear means to empty the set, and pop means to it would be removing some random numbers. Now, what does set methods means? There are two methods, union and interaction. Union means to add the two set value, and interaction means to find the common value and turn that common value. We have seen these two questions, and these two questions has been cleared. We have done, right? So that's it for this lecture number 4. I hope you have understood everything, and let's see you guys in lecture number 5 with loops and many other things, right? Thank you and have a nice day ahead.
Hey guys, how's it going? My name is Ayush, and in this lecture number 5, we are going to be learning about loops. What are different types of loops, and we will be doing some questions regarding that. So let us start from the basics, like what are loops? So as you can see here, loops in Python. So what are loops? So loops are used to repeat instruction. Means if you want to repeat something, like if I want to print
my name. So what would I do in Python? I would just write print in double quotes hello, and I would print this out, right? That's how you print hello or your name, anything in Python. If I want to print this 5 times, what I would do? I would write 5 times hello and I would print this. Then 5 times hello would be printed. But what if there is one more short thing which I can do using loops? So without writing 5 times print hello, print hello, print hello, it makes the thing more burden. It makes very complicated thing. So what if I use loops here? So while using loop, I would be writing hello 5 times or how many times I want. That's my wish according to that, right? So this is the use of loops in Python. So we are going to be learning about what are while loops. After that, we are going to be learning about what is for loop. Okay, so the first thing is what are while loops. So how to write while loop? So while is a function over here. So you have to write while because that's a function. You can't change that, and the condition and the work that you have to do. If you want to print hello, you will be writing print hello or whatever, right? Okay, so before doing the questions, let us print hello 5 times, right? Rather than writing hello 5 times like manually, we will be using loops over here. So how to write loops? I said while loop, especially you have to write while and count. Okay, let's go from the basics, right? So while if it is true, you have to print hello. So in this case, see, in generally this while condition is true. So it would be printing hello infinity times, right? Infinite time it would be printing hello. We haven't gave it a stopping. So what if I run this code? See, it's going to run infinite times, right? So make sure you don't do this while making loop. You have to break it. Otherwise, it's an useless loop, right? It's a wrong loop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to count from 1. Count is a variable I've given. Count is equal to 1. I have assigned the value of count as 1. Now I will be using while loop here. While the count is greater than equal to 5, I would be printing hello. And count plus equal to 1. Let's print this out and then I would be explaining the code. Okay, what is wrong here? Okay, count count run. Yeah, so hello has been printed 5 times, right? So how this code works? Okay, so I have assigned the value count as 1, that you have to start with 1. 1 hello 1 would be printed. After that, while the condition, what is the condition? The count has to be greater than equal to 5. If the count comes to 5, till that you have to count, that you have to print hello, and the count would get increased after 1 by 1. Let's suppose for more easier way, what if I write here comma I, wait, comma count. Let's run this code. Yeah. So this would be more easier to explain, right? So let us understand bit by bit rather than just moving forward, right? So let the video be longer, that's fine, right? So yeah, so the count has been assigned as 1 while the count is greater than equal to 5. It would be starting from 1 and the count will be increasing till 5, right? Till 5 it will get stopped, right? From these two conditions, what we have to do, we have to print hello, right? And I'm assigned the hello, each hello into count. Like if one hello would be printed, then hello 1, hello 2, hello 3 till 5. And what is this one? Count plus equal to 1. Without writing this condition, what will the output be? It would be just hello 1, hello 1, hello 1, hello 1, hello 1. It will not increase the value, right? Just 1 would be printed. What if 2? We have to add 2 plus 1, add 3. We have to again, the count would be adding 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, right? This thing has been clear, right? More questions will be there so that you could understand everything easily. Now, this is one more question over here that we have to print number from 1 to 5. This is an interesting question. We would do this so that everything is clear, right? So what if I'm assigning the variable as I? I can assign. It is starting from 1. I have to print from 1 to 5, right? So I is equal to 1. While what is the condition? That I is greater than equal to 5. I have to print till 5. What I have to print? I have to print the numbers, that is I, right? Because because I have assigned I as 1. So till 1 till 5 would be, it would be printing from 1 to 5, it would be getting printed. And what I have to do, that I should be adding 1 by 1, right? I plus equal to 1. Let's print this. Okay, I double print it, that's fine. See, 1 2 3 4 5, it has been printed, right? This is how you can print from 1 to 5. If you want, you can even print till 100, but what I would do is I will be printing at the last. Whenever it comes to 100, it would be printed loop ended. Let's print this out. So it has been printed from 1 to 100 and the loop has ended, right? This thing has been done. Shows infinite iterations, right? As I said, as I shown you earlier, it will be infinitely printing hello, 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 hello if you don't give any stopping point. Like in this case, we have given the stopping point, we have to get till 100, right? So this has been done. What if, one more thing I would be doing here, if I want to print from 5 to 1, if I want to reverse the order, what would I do here? Let's take from 100 to 1, what would I do? So I would be starting from 100, it will be going till I is lesser than equal to 1. It would be printing I, and I would not be plus or equal to 1. What if I run this code? Let's see. See, it's an infinite loop. What's going on? See, 10,000, 11,000, 12,000, it has processed like 17,000, right? So I don't want to add this one by one. I want to subtract it. So I would just do here is negative, negative, I negative equal to 1. So it will be printing from 100 to 1 till the loop ended, right? Yes, this thing has been cleared, I guess. Let's clear this up. This thing has been done. Let's do some questions that we have recently did is print numbers from 1 to 100. We have seen how to print it. We have also seen print numbers from 100 to 1 when we have done. And now the third question over here is the print multiplication table of a number, right? So in this case, let us assign a value. Let us assign the value of n and let's print the table of that. So for this, let's suppose the variable is from, I'm starting with 1 while I is greater or equal to 10. Why 10? Because I want from 1 to 10, right? The multiplication of, let's suppose I am taking the multiplication of 3, print 3 into I, and I want to plus that. I want to plus I 1 by 1, that is plus equal to I. Yeah, let's print this out. See, it's a table of 3 here. Let us do one thing, that let us assign the value of 3 as, let us take this as n and let us give this as input from the user. Let us take input from the user, which is n equal to int input, enter your number, enter your number. Let's run this code. Let's take the table of 5. So it's the table of 5 right here, right? Yeah, this thing is being cleared, I guess, right? This is how you can print something. Let's suppose I want to print like 5 into 1 equal to 5, 5 into 2 equal to 10, like that. So what would I do here? I would do is assign double quotes n multiply by I, comma n, comma I, comma equal to. Yeah, so everything is being assigned. Let's print this out. Let's take the same table 5. So in this case, you have seen that the number of 5 has been printed. The table of 5 has been printed, right? So yeah, that is how you do it. And now let us take other question, which is interesting. That is, print the element of the following list using loop. That I have to print this list over here. I just have to print this using loop. Let's take, first of all, let's take the list. Let's take random numbers. There are some random numbers over here. Now let's print this. How to print it? Let's suppose I'm starting I from 0, right? Because it's in 0th index. That's why I'm starting it from 0. While I is greater than length of the number I is greater than length of the number, I have to print the number of each index. And I have to add that I one by one. Let's print this. So yeah, each element in the list has been printed one by one using while loop. So the question has been done. So let us see what I have done in this. So first I have written the list. right? In the square bracket, I have written the list of some numbers. So I'm starting from the zeroth index, that is from 1. I have to print the value. So while I is greater than the length of the number, that string. So I don't know the length. So what would I do here? So I would use a length function over here. Length number, I have to print each index. So number curly bracket I, and I plus equal to 1. It would be increasing one by one. So yeah, this thing has been done. Now let us do other question, that is search for a number x in the tuple using loop. So I have to search any number in this tuple using a loop. Let's do this question. Let's take the same list over here. Let's take list, right? Let's suppose I want to find the number. Let's take the variable as x. I want to search the number 4. Let's assign I as 0 because I'm starting from the 0th index. I would be searching where is 4. If I found 4, it would be returning you the index of 4. Okay, that is what I'm going to do in this code. So while, okay, what is going on? While I is greater than the length of the number, because I don't know the length, right? Length of the number, if the number of the index I is equal to the x, what it would be printing? It would be printing you found at index comma I. What if there is not that number? Then else print finding, right? And I have to add this one by one. Let's run this code. See, finding founded at index number 3. Index number 3 is where? 0, 1, 2, 3. Number 4 has been founded, right? What if I'm not writing this code? Let's print out. See, it would be directly printing you that founded at index 3, right? Let's suppose here is something that is, for example, let's suppose the number is 10. Then there is no else statement here, so the code will not execute. Let's take this else case one more time. I plus equal to 1. Let's suppose the x we have to the finding the value is x. Let's find this out. It's like finding, right? So the 10 is not here. That's why let's suppose 1 founded at index number 0. This is how you can find anything in a list or a tuple, right? Let's see the code one more time. I've assigned the list. I have to find what. So I have given the variable name as x equal to the number whichever I want to found. I'm starting from the index number 0, then I equal to 0, while the I is greater than the length of the numbers, because I don't know the length. So let's assume, so length is a function, it will be assuming whatever the length is, it will be taking that length. If the number, this number, the list over here has any index that is assigned as I, it would be searching for x. If If that index is equal to x, then we'll be printing where the index is. Else it would be finding the value, and it would be adding one by one using this thing, right? This things has been cleared, I guess. Now this question has been cleared. Let's move on with break and continue. What does break and continue means? So break and continue are used in loops. We'll be seeing that how. So break is used to terminate the loop when encountered. We'll be doing some questions with this. And what does continue means? Let's understand what is break first. So it is used to terminate the loop. It means it stops the loop. Let's do this question. Let's suppose I equal to 1. I'm starting from 1 while I is greater than equal to 5. It would be printing I. What if I want to, if I want to break, if I is equal to 3, I want to break the statement. I want to break the statement, then break. Oh, wait. It would be breaking. Okay. And I would be equal to plus equal to 1. Let's see what would be printing. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So I'm starting from 1 and it has to go till 5. But I'm using an if statement that if the I is equal to 3, that if I is equal to 3, it would be breaking from the loop. Right. So it has seen that 1 has been printed, 2 has been printed, and when it comes to 3, the loop has been stopped. Same with continue. Let's see what this definition of continue means. Continue means terminates execution in the current iteration and continue execution of the loop while next iteration. Okay, very hectic definition. Let's see from the practical point of view. Continue, like if I is equal to 3, then the loop would continue, then the 3 would not be printed, right? So okay, now this is an infinite loop. Why this is an infinite loop, I will be telling you that. So if I is equal to 3, it should get skipped. So I plus equal to 1, it should get skipped, continue, and then it would be printing you the value. So then it should get printing you the value. Let's see if this code runs. Yeah, the 3 has been skipped. Okay, so the difference between those two are the syntax, right? So in this condition, in this continuous statement, what we are doing is we are going from 1 while it is till 5. What, but if the I is equal to 3, it should continue, means it should add 1, it should not print. So in the break statement, we have seen that if I is equal to 3, it should print I, means it should, before that it should print I, like. But in this case, if I is equal to 3, I should get increased and continue and then print I, and then it should increase. Hectic thing, right? Let's write this code, these two codes one more time. While I is greater than 5. Okay, what is going on? Why I is greater than 5, it should print I, it should print I. But if I is equal to 3, it should break. It should break, but with proper spacing. And then I should equal to 1. Right. So this is a break statement and this is a continue statement. Let us see one by one. Okay. So let us see break statement first. If I is equal to 1 while I is greater than 5. So it should print from 1 to 5. It should print it. But if I is equal to 3, it should break it and then continue. Right. So in continue one, if I, it should go from 1 to 5. If I is equal to 3, it should skip. It should add 1. Then I plus equal to 1. It should continue. Then it should print. Rather than writing print above, it would be giving you the infinite code which we have seen right now. Okay, I think this is good to go. Let's continue. Okay, loops in Python. So, okay, so these are break and continue. Now let's move to for loop. What does for loop mean? We have seen while loop. What does while loop? It's same as for loop, but in for loop, it's the syntax may be different, but the logic is simple, same as loops because these two are loops. So loops are used to sequence travel, for example, traversing list, string, tuple, etc. For loops, so for loops, how to write for loop? So in this case, for you have to assign any value that suppose it's el in is a variable in the list, and you have to work. Let's suppose we have to print this list. Let's see example of here. We have to print the list over here. So what would I do here? I would be using for loop for el. It's a variable. In is a variable. In is a function. In the list, we have to print el. So the list. So whatever the value of list is, it would be assigning to el, and we can print el. Right. So this thing is being okay. Let's run this code. Let's suppose list equal to 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5. You have to print it. So what I would do it for I n is a function. For I n list, print I. So it would be printing you the value one by one, right? Print the element of the following list using loop. So in while loop, we have seen how to do that. In while loop, what we have done is that we have assigned it, we are using indexing. So from I equal to 0, while I is greater, we don't know the length. That's why length of the number, then it will be printing the n and it will be adding. But in this case, we are just what we have to do is that we have to use for loop I n list and print I. Like, so we have done this with this question. In second question, we are same. We have to search for the x in the tuple using loop. Using for loop, we have to do. Let's suppose this is a list. This is a list. Let's suppose I want to find the number that is 4. I'm starting I with 0 for I in numbers in list. For I in list, if I is if I is equal to x, I would be printing I, and I should be plus equal to 1. Let's print this out. So index number 4, that is 0 1 2 0 1 2 3. Okay, It should be EL. Let's take this as EL. If EL equal to X, we have to print EL because we have assigned the value as 0. That's why it's what was getting here. So 0, right? 4. Let's suppose I want to find uh, 2. Let's print this out. So it's in second place, right? So this thing has been cleared, I guess. Now let us move. This question has been done. Now what is range? So range function returns a sequence of numbers starting from 0 by default and increment 1 and stop before a specific number. So how does range work? So we would be writing range. It's an function. We would be writing the starting point. For example, I want to print number from 1 to 5, then 1, comma, till how have to print till 5 I want to print, and the step, how much I want to skip the step. If I write here, like suppose 1, 10, and 2, then it would be giving you the value of 2 table, 4, 6, 8. It would be skipping 2 and it would be giving you the value. Right. So let us see how does it work. Let's clear this up. Let us see the print one, the range one. Print range of 5. Let us print this. So the range is from 0 to 5. Right. Let's use for loop over here. For I in range 2 comma 10, print I. So yeah, from 2 to 10, not 10. 10 is not included here because we are using range over here. That's why 10 would be excluded because that's n minus 1. And the 10 over here is n minus 1. That means 10 minus 1, 9. From 2 to 9 would be printed, right? And let's suppose I want to print even numbers. Then what would I do? From 2 to 100 if I want to print the even numbers. So it would be starting from 2. We know that even numbers are starting from 2. 2 comma 100. 100 wouldn't be printed, but how to write? Comma 2. The like 2, 4, 6. After every second digit, it would get printed. Let's print this out. So here is all your even numbers. Even numbers has been printed, right? So yeah, print number from 1 to 100. We all can do this. Print numbers from 100 to 1. Let's write this. So from 1 to 100, how to write it? It would be starting from 1. It would not print 100. So what we have to write at the ending? It would be n minus 1. That would, if we want 100, then what should be the n? N should be 101. This is how 100 would be printed at the last. Let's run this code. So yeah, 100 has been printed. It is starting from 1, yeah, 1 until 100. Let's suppose we have to print from 100 to 1. So 100 would be printed here, right? But 0 won't be printed. Rather than 0, 1 would be printed. That's what we want, right? And the thing is, if we want to go in a reverse order, then we have to use a step over here. What's that step? we have to minus 1 every digit, like 100 minus 1, 99. Then that 99 should be negative with minus 1. So minus 1. Let's print this. So yeah, from 100 to 1 has been printed. Like, now the next question. Print the multiplication table of number n. Same thing. Let's suppose n we are taking from the user. Right. We are using for loop for I in range, for I in range 1 comma 11, because 11 won't be printed, 11 would be not printed, 10 would be printed. That's why we are taking here from, and we will be printing n multiply by I. Right. Let's take the number as 5. Okay. Each time it would be getting added, right? Each time it would get one by one added. So let's suppose we are taking it from I equal to 0, I equal to, sorry, 1. Okay, what is wrong here? Yeah, so n has been, we have taken n from the user. Now what we are going to do here is we are going to be adding one by one. So wait for a sec. Okay, the major mistake what I have did is that n should be multiplied with not 1, it should be multiplied with I. That's my mistake. Let's suppose the number is 5. Here you go with the 5 table. Right, it should get me, sorry, my mistake. That was I have read it by 1. Like so. This is how the second question we do. So this question has been done. Now, what does pass statement do? So pass statement. Pass is a null statement that does nothing. It uses a placeholder for future code. Right. It does nothing. It has no value. It has no use case. For example, like in this case, for L in range 10, pass. Right. Now let us do question, that is, okay, find the sum of, these are the last two questions. Find the sum of first n number while using while loop. We have to find the sum of first n natural number. So let us do this. Let's take the input from the user from n. We have no idea that tell how much the user want to print. Let's take that input and your number. Now we are using while here, so I should be equal to 1 because from 1 we are adding it. Let's take the sum as 0 while I is greater than the number. I is greater than the number, we have to sum plus equal to I, and the I should get increased by 1, and then we have to print the sum. Let's run this code. Okay, something is wrong here. Yeah, enter your number. Let's suppose I want from 1 to 10, that would be 45. Let's suppose I want from 1 to 100, 4950. Okay, while n is greater than equal to n, then it should get printed. Yeah, now this is a right code. Right, so what we have done, we have taken input from the user, we have assigned the value of I, it should start from 1. We have assigned the sum as 0. We don't know how much is the sum, so we have assigned it to 0. While the I is greater than n, right, we have to sum it from 1 by 1. We have to add it to 1, right, and then I plus equal to 1, and we have printed the sum. Let us see the same question in the for loop. Let's take the same input. Now in the for loop, we don't want to assign the value of I because the I is already assigned here inside the bracket. We have seen that. So just we have to assign sum as 0. Then for loop for I in range. What is the range? 1 comma n plus 1. Sum should be equal to sum plus I, and we have to print the sum. Let us remove this code. Let us run this code one time. Let's see if this code is correct or not. 100, 50, 50. Yeah. So this code is right? So this is how you can print sum of n natural number using while loop. The next question, find the factorial of first n numbers. We have to find the factorial of first n number. Easy question. Let us do this one, right? Let us assign the value as n. I want the factorial of 3. Let us assign the factorial as factorial equal to 1. I is equal to 1. While I is greater than equal to n, I want to print, it should get factorized, multiply by equal to I, and then okay, factorize equal to I should be greater, should get increased, and I want to print print the factorize factor. Okay, what is wrong? I is greater than okay. Let's print this. Factorial of 3 is 6. Right? 3 into 2 into 1. That is 6. Right? So this is how you can get factorial of any number. Now let us do one more question. So let us take n from the input from the user and let's print the even numbers. Let's print the sum of even numbers. So let's go backwards. Enter your number. Sum. Yeah. Okay. Let's take this one. Let's take this question. So this question was you have to sum the numbers of natural number. We have to sum it. Let's suppose we have to sum uh, from 1 to something. We have to sum just the even numbers. So what we are going to do here? So for I in range this thing, if I is divisible by is equal to 0, then the sum would be this. And we have to print it. Let's print this. Let's take this 10 numbers. Sum is 30. Right. So this is how you can get the sum of even numbers. How you can get. So we are taken input from the user. We are assigned the sum as 0 for I in range 1 comma n plus 1. If the I is divisible by 2, at the remainder, if it is 0, then we have to sum it to I. Right. Just in case if I want to know from 1 to 10 how many numbers, odd numbers are there, then I would do a sum equal to sum plus 1, not I. Let's take 10. Okay, not there. Let's suppose 5. There are two or even numbers, that is 2 and 4, right? So just by changing here, I could know if I want sum or the count, right? This is how you can do it. So we have seen this thing. For loops have been done. So what are loops has been done? Some practice questions has been done. Two types of loops have been done: while loop or loop. Like so, everything has been covered. This code has been covered, right? I think you have enjoyed the video, lecture number 5. Let's see you guys in the lecture number 6, where we'll be using functions and recursion. It's a very important, very easy topic, and we would be doing some more questions over there. So thank you everybody for listening me peacefully, carefully, anything, right? Thank you and have a nice day. Hey guys, how's it going? My name is Ayush. This is lecture number 6. In this lecture, we are going to be learning about functions and recursion. So, firstly, we will be seeing what is function. After that, we are going to be learning about what is recursion. So, we will be learning this bit by bit. So, coming to the first topic, what are functions, right? So, as in the previous lecture, I have said about many things about function, that length is a function, length, print is a function. So in this series, in this lecture, we are going to be learning about what are they, what does function means, how does function works, and how to write function in our code. And also we will be doing some question regarding that. Same with recursion too, right? So coming to functions. So what are functions in Python? So it's a block of statement that perform a specific task. So what does this means? It's a block of statement that performs some specific task. And how to write function, you have to write def over here. So what is def? It defines a function. What is def? It defines a function, and you have to write your function name after that, and your anything which is a variable or something, you have to define the function, right? And you have to do some works, right? For addition, you have to add those two number and return that addition, right? And you have to, right? So this is the first step to write a function, and the next step would be you have to call that function. So for calling that function, you have to call by its name. So here the name of the function would be function name, right? And we have to call that function name with our argument we are passing it. For example, if I want to sum any two numbers, so in here I would be writing a and b. I would be right. So for example, in this case, def, it's a function definition, and the name, function name is sum, and the inside two variables are a and b. So what I'm going to do in this program is I'm going to add these two numbers. So let's take this as a variable. Let's add those two and put the value of the sum into s, and we will be returning the s. And if I want to call this function, what I will do is I would just write sum bracket. I will assign those two parameters, the arguments, right? So a would be equal to 2 and b will be equal to 3, and I will print the sum. Let's write this code. So basically, without writing function, how would I print this two statement? So what I would do is I would assign the value as a equal to 2 and b equal to 3. Let's take I would c as c equal to like a plus b, and I would print c. This is what I would do in normal case. And if I want to write this program once again, same as once again, but I have to change, I will be changing the value, like it has 4, let's take this as 3, let's take it as 9. So in this case, I'm writing these many steps to print two digits. What if I'm telling that there is some easy way, that is using functions? So using function, what you can do is you can just call this function. I will write this code. You have to just call the function and you have to assign the argument value. Just you have to do that, right? The main program would be done in the main function. Let's do this. So let's define the function by def. Let's name the function as calculate sum because we are adding two name to this. Let's take this as a and b. Now we would be summing the value as a plus b, and what I would do is I would print the sum, print the sum and return sum, right? So this is my main code over here, and if you're guys thinking about why I wrote return sum, that's your wish, right? Because like return sum, you have to write in some of the code because you know we'd stay in a safe side over here. Why? Because if I'm using loop over here, it would be running continuously. It will be showing the result infinite time, right? While writing return over here, it would be returning you just the sum. For example, here I am not using the loop. That's why you can or you may write this. That's your wish. But you are using loop, for example, for loop or something while loop. You have to return the sum or any product, right? That's why I'm writing sum over here. And now the code is done. Just have to do is have to call that and assign the value. Rest all things has been done. The printing has been done. Just have to call that and assign the arguments. So calculate sum. Let's go with 5 comma 7. Same as calculate sum. Let's go with 6 comma 7. Let's run this code. 12 and 13 is the sum, right? And if I want to change it in future, same I can do. I can all just have to remember the name of the function that I'm using and just have to put the argument value, right? So this is how function works. So like this is some basic things, right? So we have seen how does it works, right? Also, if you want to write returners, that's your wish. Just you have to write is print s, then it would be printing it. Also, rather than doing this, what I can also do is same define the function first. Let's take calculate sum a comma b. Now I would use return a plus b because this is some simple question. That's why I'm directly doing it. Return a plus b is done. Now I would be doing a sum. I would be taking sum as calculate sum a plus b. Sorry, 1 comma 2. I'm assigning the value and I will print this. Print sum. I can also do this. Also the first method as you wish, right? So maybe this would be easier, and in future I would be doing with this method because it's more understandable rather than this one. This is short one, but for understanding we need some long ass method. Right. Now coming to this part, let's do one question that would be we have to average we have to find the average of three numbers using function. So whatever we have learned from here, let's implement it. First, I would define the function by def. I would give the name as calculate average and the average of three numbers. So let's take a comma b comma c. Now I would be doing average. Average equal to how to find the average, that is bracket a plus b plus c divided by 3, right? And I would be printing the value, print average, and if you want you can just write that as return average. That's your wish. If you want, maybe you should write this as a to become a good coder, right? And this is done. Now just have to call the name and assign the arguments. Calculate average. Let's take the average of 6 7 6 7 6 7, right? Let's take one more. Let's take the average of uh, something like 88 comma 88 comma, let's take some different numbers, 45 comma 23. Let's take the average, and before running it can give you in floating, right? So don't worry about that. Yeah, it is giving you in floating values. That's your wish. Let's suppose let's take this as 6. Yeah, it has given you in floating values, right? So don't worry about that. That's how function works, right? Now this is how you can get an average of three numbers using function, right? Also in future if I want to find more average, Just have to remember is the function name. I have to call the function name, and I would be assigning you the value. I would be assigning the value, and that's it. Just you have to do that. Rest of things has been done in my function code. Right. This is how function is very useful for writing a long code, and you want to, find the three average or move, calculating sum or some other shit. Right. So this is done. Now functions in Python. Okay. So in function, there are two types of function, that is built-in function. We have seen built-in function, right? For example, print, length, type, range. We have seen that in our previous videos, in our previous lectures. And next is user-defined function. So I can't use, so I may use print as my function name. That's your wish. But what if I'm assigning the function name? For example, in this case, you have seen that I'm assigning the function name over here, right? Python is not assigning the function name. I'm assigning it. That's why that's called user defined function, and built-in function are by Python itself, that is print, length, type, and range. Okay, now coming to some good example over here, right? So it's not related to the topic, but it's related to the Python, right? So what if I want to write my name with space? What I would do? Print Ayush Mohan. I would do this if I want to get space in my name, right? What if I'm not writing this, and in next case I'm writing Mohan? If I would write, there would be a big space over here. I just want one space like this, like this. Take this as a referral. I want my name as this, but it's coming in next line. So in this case, what I would do is I would, okay, why I'm telling you this, because in question that is coming up, we have to use this. That's why learn the basics, right? So for this, what I would do is I would write comma. I would be using end equal to double quotes and the space. Let's run this. My name has been shown by just doing comma end and the space. Let's suppose in this space, let's take at the rate over here. Let's run the code, and in between my code, there's the at the rate, right? Let's take space. Let's run this normal, right? So this is something which I have to tell you, and this thing is done. Now, user defined function is being done. Okay. Now coming to user defined function, let's define this function def. Let's calculate the product PROD of, let's suppose, a comma b. Now print a multiply by b, and return a multiply b. If you want, you can assign a multiply by to c and return c. That's your wish. And I would call this calculate product, and boom. So this code won't get worked, right? Why? Okay, wait. Let's run this code. Let's see what will be the output be here. See, call prompt missing two required positional arguments A and B. Right? We have to assign the value over here. But in user defined function, what we can do, we can assign it in here. And what we can do is we can just call the function and this would get e printed, right? Multiplied of two digits has been done. Let's suppose we are taking a as nothing and b as 2 and we are assigning here over here is 2. Let's run the code 4. Why? Because the a has been directly assigned the value of 2, right? Right, in the same case, let's take this as 1 and let's take b as nothing. Will this code work? No, this won't get work. Same thing, right? It don't even it shows an error, right? A parameter default follows parameter with so syntax error over here is parameter without a default follows parameter with a default. Okay, what does this mean? Okay, so in A it has already been assigned to 1, but here A has been assigned to and B is nothing. That's why. What if I am doing here is comma 2 and I'm removing that 2 from there? Still it's an error, right? You can't do this in Python, but not in every code, not even in Python, right? So this is something in user defined function that I would let you know, guys. This thing has been done. Now some default parameters that I've been told you right now. These things, right? These are some default parameters that I'm already assigning. So okay, assigning a default value to parameter which is used with no argument is passed, right? In this case, I have not assigned any values, so that's why I'm assigning as a default value. Let the value of a and b be this only. I'm not gonna change in future whatever the numbers gonna be, right? So for that, I would be using default arguments. Like you may assign for permanently. Also, you can change it. Now, let's practice some questions so that functions would be cleared, right? These are some good questions we would be doing, and after that, we would be moving to recursion. What are recursion, right? So let us practice some question. So print length of a list. Okay, list is a parameter. So let's make a list and let's print the list using functions. Right, interesting question. You have to, you have to get to know about many other things about this. So let's take a list that is states and how to make a list. I've told you by bracket, square bracket. Let's take the name of the states as Kerala, UP, MP. Also, let's take some more states. Goa. Right. So these are some states. Let's take one more. For example, names. Let's say some names over here. For example, John Pork. Let's go with some more names like my name, Ayush Mohan. Let's go with one more name, Hitler. Right. So these are some names, and I want to get to know about the length of these. Let's take. Okay. This thing is fine. Okay. Let's write the function and let's print the length of these two list. Right. So for doing that, I have to define the function. How I can define the function? By using def. Okay, what is this? Def. I would like to give the name as print length. So why I'm doing like this is I'm using similar type of name is to understand the code. Like in future, if someone is reading my code, he should understand that without even looking to the question, he should know, yeah, it's printing the length of the list. So that's why I'm using the name simple to, in future, same thing. If someone is reading, he should know very easily. Sprint length. Now let's call this as list. Let's print the let's print the length of the string, length of this list, and I would like to call this. For calling, what I would do is I would just write print length of my states. Let's run this code. I hope it runs. Okay, there's some object of type has no length. Object of type has no length. Okay, understood. I've assigned here. That's one. Boom. Let's run this code. It's a list, right? Because I'm using this as a list. That's why. Mm, okay, lists. Okay, what is wrong here? I have state name print list. Okay, yeah, the list has been printed, and I want to know the length of that. That's why for this I would be using the length as my function. Uh, Boom, and oh, right now it should be 4. Yeah, for other things, for like for names, I would just write here that is names. Let's run this. The name is 3. Yeah. So this is how you can get some length of a list using function, right? Okay, so let's decode this code. What I've done, first I've created two lists, right? Using the square bracket with proper indentation. And now we have defined that, and I've assigned a variable name, function name, sorry, that is print length, and I've said the name, assign the argument as list, and I would print the length of the list. Okay, that is some logic over here. After that, I have to call that, and I have to get the length of something, that is for state. For example, name. If I am adding future some more length, I would just write the name of the and I would name that variable. This is how you can get length of the list. Okay, okay, to write the element of a list in a single line. Okay, for assigning, okay, using function, using function, I have to assign the values of a list in a single line. So for example, this is some list. Okay, okay, I've defined the function, the name has been done. Now here, what I would do is I would use a for loop. Why I'm using for loop? Because rather than, what I would do is, what if I would print the 0th index, the first index, the second index? For that, I'm using for loop. rather than just writing print 0, that is the index, print square bracket 1, rather than doing that, it would take, more time, and the code is not proper. That's not a good way to write. So what if I'm going to be using for loop over here? After the one index has been printed, it should get added and it should get printed. It should get print the next item in the list. So I'm using a for loop for items. Let's assign items in list. For items in list, print the items, comma, and I want proper spacing. That's why I'm using end over here. I said what does the end does. Okay, so this is the code, and let's call this print length of, let's suppose, names. Let's run this code. First of all, let's clear this up. Let's run this code. So yeah, with proper spacing, it has came. Now, yeah, with proper spacing, everything is been done. Let's suppose I'm adding over here one comma so that the name are good to go. Yeah, now it's good to go. Right. So this is how you can print items from a list with proper spacing or whatever you want to fill. Right. Now, coming to the third question, find the factorial of n. N is a parameter. Okay, let's suppose we are taking n from the user and we are doing like that. So, how to find the factorial of n using a function? What I would do is, first of all, same, I will define the function. Let's call this as calculates. Okay. Calculate fact as my this thing. Let's take n. Now, for this, let's assign factorial as 1. Let's use a for loop for I in range 1 comma n plus 1, and I would 1 comma n plus 1, and factorial is multiply equal to I, and I would print this factorial. I've printed the factorial, and after that I would call this. Let's take factorial of 5. Okay, now what is wrong? Okay, now the thing should be fine. So yeah, the factorial of 5 is 120. Okay, in here, why I'm getting 1, 2, 6? That's because of proper indentation, right? Yeah. Factorial of 5 is 120. Let's take the factorial of 9. Let's take some factorial of 10, and let us take one more, last one, factorial of 6, 7. Now let's run this. Okay, the factorial of 5 is 120. Okay, it's going. Okay, so for 6, 7, it's some big ass shit over here. Okay, now this thing is done. This question is being done. Now, second question. Oh, okay, very interesting one. Okay, you have to convert USD to INR. How to do that? For this, same thing. Let's define this. You have to convert the USD to INR, US dollars to the Indian rupees. So let's define the function and let's name this as converter. convert. Okay, let's take some short form. Let's take the USD value. We have assigned USD value. Now we have to do the conversion over here. Okay, so I don't know about current value of USD. So I think it would be 95 or 94 or 93. I don't know. So USD value, that is going to be, sorry, it's going to be IND value. IND value going to be USD value multiply by, I guess, 95. Let's take 95. I don't know really. I think it should be 95 right now. Okay, forget about that. It has been done, and I would print this. Print. Let's take USD value, comma USD, boom, USD, comma INR, IND value, comma INR. This thing has been done. Now I would call the function and I would let's assign 1 rupees. Let's convert 67. Let's convert $100 to INR. So okay, let's do this. Let's convert. So $1 is 95 US rupees. $67 is around 6365 rupees. $100 is around 9500 rupees. This thing has been done right. This is how you can convert US dollars to Indian rupees using function. Right now, coming to recursion. So functions has been done, like it's completed. Let's do some more recursion and practice some question. Recursion is easy, but it's little bit confusing, right? So what are recursion? So when a function call itself, so in function, what we are calling is that in function we are calling the function, right? But in recursion, the function call itself, right? That is what recursion means. Now, for example, this is a code where you can print from some numbers to 1 in decreasing order, right? So we have assigned def and show n. If the n is equal to 0, it would return, like, and we would be printing n and show n minus 1, right? Let's write this code. Let's write this code. That is def show n. If n is equal to 0, then it should return and print n show n minus 1. I would call this show. Let's take 5. Let's run this code and 5 to 1, right? Let's take if n as 0. Let's take n as 0. Now it has returned. It has returned what? Nothing. Let's suppose return 0 as 0. Still nothing, right? So this is a code of how you can print from reverse in descending order. You can print. Right. Now, here's some good question that is we have to use recursion to find the factorial. So in other case, what we have done, we haven't used for else statement over there. Here we are using, right? There we are just assigning the factorial as 1 and we are using for loop for I in range 1 comma n plus 1 and we are doing calculation that is factorial into n minus 1 like factorial into equal to I and we are printing that factorial. Okay, in this case, in this recursion, what we are going to be doing is we know that if the factorial of the 0 and 1 is always 1, so we are already assigning those and we are doing the return part same thing. Let's make this factorial of n. We are not assigning anything over here because it's recursion. If n is equal to 0 and or if n is equal to 1, what I want to return 1. Else I would be printing factorial, oh sorry, n multiplied by factorial of n minus 1. Okay, please remember the new line of semicolon. Okay, wait. Uh, oh wait, what is wrong here? Return 1. Okay, okay, so fine. Factorial return. Okay, sorry, we are not printing this out. We are returning in the value, right? Return this thing, and after that, we would be calling, or else let's print directly print factorial of 5. Let's print this. Factorial of 5 is 120, right? So this is how you can find factorial using recursion. This code is done. Now let's let's read the last question first of all. Write a recursion function to print all elements in the pin in the list. I've done that question just as a function in case. Just I have to use if or else if the list is 0 empty, print 0, or else you can directly copy paste that one function 1. Let's take the last question of our lecture, that is write a recursive function to calculate the sum of first n natural number, right, using recursion, right? So let us do this. Sum of, let's suppose, n. Now if if the sum of 0 is what, of course it's gonna be 0, return 0, right? Else let's suppose it's an other digit, so what I would be returning here, it would get returning the sum of n minus 1 multiplied by n, oh sorry, plus n, sorry, multiply by n, yeah, sorry, sum, yeah, we are doing sum, right? And lastly I would print this sum of, let's suppose, 100, it should be 50 50, let's see, yeah, it's 50 50 50, yeah, So this is how you can print the sum of n natural numbers, right, using recursion. These are some questions. So let's take one more question. Let's suppose these are some two questions. Let's take some interesting question, that is, okay, I want to check the number that is given by the user, if that is an odd or even, using recursion. So same thing we have seen in if else case. Same thing you have to do here, but using recursion. Easy, right? How you can do this? Check numbers. So this I have assigned the value. Now I would be directly writing the if else condition over here. If the number is divisible by 2, and if the remainder we are getting is 0, then it should get print that it is an the number comma is even number, right? Else it should print the number is odd. And let's take the number input from the user. Input, enter your number, and let's call this, we're calling this check numbers of numbers. Okay, number. Okay, let's print this. Let's take 4. So 4 is an even number. Let's take, if the number is 9, that is odd, right? So this is how you can know if a given number is odd number or even number using recursion, right? So now this question has been done. So I think function and recursion would be clear to everybody. So function, so let's revise first. Function we have done, how to get the sum we have done, what are the two types of functions, built-in and user defined. Default arguments we have seen with some examples. We have done these type of questions, most importantly to convert USD to NIR. Same with, let's take one question. Suppose we have to convert Fahrenheit to Celsius. You can also do that question, right? And what are recursion? A function calling itself is a recursion. We have seen some questions. We have seen two more interesting questions and one last interesting question, that is how to find if a number is or positive or means odd or even using this thing. Also, you can do one more question, that is how if I want to get a number that is positive. So for that, what I would do, if the number is greater than 0, if the number is greater than 0, print the number is positive. If else, it's of course it's negative, right? So the same thing, just you have to do is, let's do this then. Let's take, if the number is greater than 0, it is, let's suppose it is positive. It is positive, else it's negative. Right, let's run the code. Let's take the number as 7. Of course, it's a positive number. Let's take some number that is -4. Now that is some negative numbers. So it's showing an error. Okay, you can't take the negative numbers over here. Right. Okay, so this is how it works. Right. Yeah. This thing is being done. Okay, so I hope everything has been understood, everything is being cleared. You have enjoyed this video lecture number 6. Let us meet you guys in video number 7. Probably it's gonna be file input and output, or I guess it's gonna be oops. So oops is very interesting. It's gonna be very interesting topic. So I think I would start file input and output. After that, we are gonna be learning about the hard stuff. Hope everybody has enjoyed. Thank you, and let's meet again. Hey guys, how's it going? This is lecture number 7, and in this lecture, we are going to be learning about file IO. Okay, so let's start from the basics. And in this lecture, we are going to be learning about how to input a file, how to output a file, how to get the output of a file, how to read any file, how to write any file, how to append any file. We are going to be learning in this lecture. So let's start with the basics. What is this thing? So file IO. So in this case, IO, what does IO mean? That's input and output. So file input and output in Python. So how to open a file, how to read a file, how to update a file, how to delete a file, and how to close a file. That's what we are going to be learning about, right? So Python can be used to perform operation on a file, right? Any type of operation that could be read, write, append, delete, etc., right? So after that, we have two types of files, as you can see here, that are text file and binary file. So coming to the text file, so the text file actually ends with .txt or .docx or .log, etc. And the binary files, for example, the audio files, the video files, those are called binary files. Those files end with .mp4, .mov, .png, .jpeg, etc. Right? So these are some basic. And now coming to how to open a file, how to read a file, and how to close a file. Let's go with some basics, and we would be doing some question as well. So coming to how to open a file, we have to open a file before reading or writing, right? If you're reading a textbook, you don't directly start by reading or writing the text, right? First you have to open that, then you have to read it. If you think there's some mistake, you have to write that thing. And if you have done with the reading of that book, you have to close the book and do some other stuff, right? So firstly, how to open a file. So in this case, I have to write open here. So what is open? Open is a keyword over here, right? So you have to write open, and in bracket with double quote, you have to write your file name. And the file name, how to write the file name, how to create that file, I would be telling you in the VS Studio, right? And you have to write the mode, right? So in file name, it could be like sample.txt or demo.docx, right? That's your wish. And in mode, what does mode means? So it tells you whether you have to open, means whether you have to read or write. There are more modes we will be learning, where mainly we will be focusing on these two, that is read and write mode, right? Because they are mostly used in Python. So open is a keyword I said, and now if I want to read that file, how can I do that? So I can do is f.read and then assign this thing value of the data into a data variable over here, and I would be closing it. And why I'm using close over here is that it's for our safety. In future, if somebody is operating in my system, in the desktop, he would be not able to see my data. He would be not be able to change anything. That's why, for safety reason, if you are a good coder, if you are a good software engineer, you would be using f.close over here, right? Now let's see one example and let's do that. So firstly, what I would do is I would create, and let's first delete this, right? So yeah, in the folder of there is a file. So I've created a folder over here, that is my pyth, and in that folder I have a file, that is 1.py, right? So let us create one more file over there, that let's name this as demo.txt. So this is my file over here, and now let's write something in this file. Let's suppose, hello Ayush, how are you doing? Right. Let's suppose this is some text in my file, and if I want to read that, right? If I want to read this file, what I would do is I would, let's learn from the basic. Let's write open. That's a keyword, right? We will be opening what?
Hi,
We will be
hi
opening
KMC.
our file, that is demo.txt. And what is our next method? The next method is our mode. I want to read that file. So what I would do, I would write R over here, R in the double quotes, R. So what it would be doing, it would be reading that file, right? And let us assign this to F, so that it would be looking more needful. And now assign this to data, that is F dot read bracket, and I would print the data. And at the last, what I would do is F dot close, right? Now let us run this code and let us see, will it be able to print? Yeah, it is printing the value of demo.txt over there, right? Whatever is in the file, it is able to print. Okay, so let's suppose I'm changing this to some more there, like in the next line, hello John Pork. Okay, I've changed it, and let us run one more time. So yeah, it is printing in the next line, not in the same line, right? Okay, so this is something which we have learned. Now, if I want some minimum part of my code, part of my text, let's suppose I want 5 digits from my demo.txt. Let's run this code. HELLO is being printed. That's 5, right? Let's suppose I want 6. Let's see, will it print the space 2? Here is the space 1. So let us see, will it print the space? Yeah, it is printing the space. Let's go with 7. Yeah, it is printing the space 2, right? This is how you can print some limited portion in your text file or any other file that you wish, right? Now, now these are some more characters that we will be learning. Before that, yeah, let's learn this. So what does R means? R, we have seen that code. What does R mean? It means it is reading. Okay, okay, open for reading. That's a default one. Now what does W means? It open for writing and truncating the file first. And what does truncating means? To add, right? Now what does X means? It create a new file and open it for writing, right? So in this case, in we have seen here that without using my X command, I have created first a demo.txt and then I have returned that. But with the X, it directly creates and file, and then you can open it for writing that file, right? Now what does A means? So A is open for writing, appending to the end of the file if it exists. Okay. So A is it opens for you to write, right? Then it append. What does appending means? To add something at the last. Right. We have seen those questions and list. We have seen and tuples also to append any digit into the last list or last tuple. So same as here, appending means to add something at the last, right? Now, what does B mode means? It means binary mode. It will be opening you the file in binary mode. And what does T means? The text mode. That's for default one. Okay. So T and R are also same, right? You can use one more thing. You can use many mode in one single quotes, right? In this case, I'm reading the code and I'm also the texting the code, right? Texting the file. So you can use as many as you want there. And what does plus means? It open for disk file for updating. That is exact meaning is reading and writing, right? The easy part. Now, reading a file. We have seen how to read a file, right? It reads the entire file as I've seen there, right? It's a whole file over there and it has read it every part of it with even with the spacing and all, right? Now, what does read line do? What does read line keyword do? It read one line at a time. So in our file, there's two lines, right? Hello Ayush, how are you doing? And hello John Pog. Now, if I want to read just the one line over here, if I just want to read one line, so for that, what would I do? Is I would write read line and let's remove this and print the data. Let's give this name as line 1 and let's print this. So yeah, it is going to give you it will be printing you the first line of your file, right? That is this thing. It has been printed, right? And what does this space means here? What does the space means? So the space over here means that there's some more things in our file. Okay, what does hello means? It's hello. Yeah. So the space over here means we have more things in our file, right? And let's suppose we are printing the second line. So what I would do is print one more time with using our read line keyword and close it. Yeah. And just run this. See. So hello Ayush, how are you doing with a space? Then it has been printed hello John Pok, right? This is how read line works. It's nothing it's do. It will just print by one, right? Okay. So I hope if this both things are clear. It reads the entire file. Read line means line. It will read line one by one. Right now writing to a file. Okay. Now this thing is interesting, right? We have seen how to read a file. Now how to write to a file. Okay. So let's suppose there is nothing here in my file. Let's clear this up so that everything is being cleared. Okay. There's nothing in my file, and if I want to write something into my this file, what would I do? I would just write this like this. No, I would not do this, right? So what I would do is I would use write mode over here. So how to write this?
Hey bro, how are
Let's
you?
give to like open.
Hey,
I will be opening my demo.txt file. Now the mode which I would be using is W. That is mean by write and f dot write. And let's suppose I want to write hello My name is Josh. Right. So I've written something in the double quotes, and at the last, as a good programmer, I would be closing it. Let's run this. So nothing has been printed. So you would be thinking, what is going on? Yeah. So this would be printing here, right here, right? So the text over there here has been printed over here, right? So that does W means. That means to write something. Now overwrites the entire file. It has been done. Okay. Now what does A means? A means to append. Append means to add something. Let's add some more things over here using append. How to write that? F equal to open your file. A means the mode. F dot write and the new line. Let's go for it. That is F equal to. Let's close this one first. Open. I will be opening my demo.txt. I will be using the mode that is A means to append, and now A dot sorry F dot write. Let's add the new data. Let's give it as new data, and I would be closing it. Now just run this. So the new data has been printed with the same existing file, with the same existing data which was there, that is hello, my name is Josh, and with the same thing the new data has been appended. And why there is no space over there here is because I have to add one space here, that is \n. Let's print this. Oh wait, okay. This you can do is you can use a space over here. Okay, unexpected index. Okay, let's clear this up. Now let's do from the starting. We have to append it. Wait. Yeah, this is my new code. Yeah, we can use here is \n. Let's run this. Let's see. Okay, it's many time it has been printed because there was some delaying error. So let's delete this file. It's okay. Let's run one more time. Demo.txt is being created. The new data with some space has been done. Right. So this thing has been done. How to append something. Now let's do with a proper syntax over here. Okay, starting. Okay, we would be starting this. Before that, let us learn some more things that is regarding this thing. Let's add two modes, that is R and plus. What does R plus means? It means to read and overwrite. Right. R plus mean it's to read and overwrite, and it has no truncate. And what does W plus means? It means read and overwrite. Sorry, write and overwrite. And there is truncate. As you can see, it can truncate. And what does A plus means? A and plus. It means read and append. And there is no truncate. The file will be deleted and it would be deleted overall. Right. And let's write these code into syntax with a proper syntax, and we would be doing how to delete a file and the two questions, three questions. Then our video is over. Okay. Now, how to write a file we have done, and how to write a file with syntax. Okay, we can write these code in our syntax. How can I do that? So I can use with, which is a keyword, open. I would be opening my demo.txt. Let's suppose I want to read something. Let's write something over here. That is hello. Ah, yes. No. Now, I have to read this as F. Why I'm writing as F over here? Because I want to store this into F, and after that I would be making this into all thing into data, so that and finally I can print the data. Let's run this code. Yeah. Hello, Ayush Mohan. This is how you can read a file in the with syntax, right? And now how to write something, with same with open. I would be writing my txt with W as f dot write. Let's add new data. Let's run this code. So the new data has been printed in my file, right? This is how you can write something with proper syntax in file input and output. This thing has been clear, I guess. Now, how to delete a file. So make sure you listen this properly, because there's some more things I want to tell. Okay, how to delete a file by using OS module. So what does OS module means? It is an inbuilt function in the Python. It's an inbuilt function. Okay, we are not going to install. It's an already inbuilt. For example, TensorFlow. If I would write TensorFlow, like import TensorFlow, it will throw me an error. Why it will be throwing me an error? Because it's not pre-installed. You have to install by using Chrome. That's why. So while deleting, you have to import OS, so that you can delete a file using the OS module, right? So the module, like a copy library, is file written by another programmer that generally has a function we can use, right? So how to do that? First you have to write import OS, and then OS dot remove the file name, right? Let's do this. Let's remove one file, that is let's remove this file, that is remo.txt. Now import OS. Okay, I'm writing this in my file, that's why. Let's write this in my here. import os dot remove, and my file name, that is remo.txt. Let's see, will it get removed or not? The file get removed, it should get removed. Yeah, so the file has been removed over my folder. So that's why if you can see here, a red line has been came in between my remo.txt. That means it has been deleted. And you can still access it, but eventually it's deleted, right? You can't add or read something from here because it's not there. That's why. So this is how you can delete a file. Easy, right? Now let's do these three questions and then the file input and output is being done. So thing over here is create a new file, that is practice.txt. Let's use our demo.txt. Okay, using Python, add the following list in it. That is, hi everyone. Okay, you have to add this. That means you have to write that. Hi everyone, we are learning file input. I'm using Java. I like programming in Java. Okay, let's write this first. Okay, we would be using our demo.txt rather than creating a new file. Now, what we can write here is with our with syntax, that is with open. We will be opening our demo.txt. Let's see something is there or not. New data is there. Let's remove that. We have to write that. That's why as f comma, have to write that. Now f dot write, I would be writing my first line, that is hi everyone. Same as over here, f dot write. We are learning file input and output. Same over here. Okay, using Java. Let's write this whole thing rather than making one by one. Uh, let's write like this. Now f dot write. Let's take this and let's print this up. Right. Now let's okay, this thing has been printed as f. We are writing this. Let's print this up and let's see. Yeah. Hi everyone. We are learning file input and output and everything has been printed. Right. So this question has been done. Now, the next question. We have to replace all occurrence of Java with Python in above file. How to do that? Easy. So here we can see that here Java is there, two Javas are there, and I want to replace those into Python. So how could I do this? Could I do this? By using with open our file name, that is demo.txt, comma r, because I want to rewrite it, that's why, as f. Now data dot, data equal to, wait, data equal to f dot read. Now let's assign this into new data. New Let's assign this into new data, and now data dot replace yeah data dot replace what I want to replace, that is I want to replace Java to Python in double quotes. I want to replace this, and at final I would be printing this new data. Let's run this code. So hi everyone, we are learning file input and output using Python, and I like programming in Python. And if you open this into our file, still it is Java. Why this is Java? Because we haven't opened our file and replaces it. So how could I do this? With the same with syntax, with open. Firstly we have to open our demo.txt, and I want to um, write it, right? I want to write as f dot read, f dot, write. I have to write new data. So new data, yeah, there's no error, and let's just run this, and let's see our open our file, and yeah, the Java has been converted into Python, right? So this is how you can do it. Now also, if you want to search a like learning in the
Hey,
file
dude.
input and output, you can use if thing,
Nice
right? If
picture.
the learning exists, then you
It's
have to
got a
print that
dog
it exists.
smoking
If not, it don't exist. Okay, using if or else one,
a
right?
cigar, I
So
think,
these
right?
questions has been done.
Okay, you're
Let's
not also
see
here.
something if I have missed.
God, why is
That is
everyone in
okay. This thing has
calls
been done.
and
What is
not
file
talking?
input and output? How to open, how to
When
read,
you
how to
join a
close,
call, you're
and
supposed
we
to
have seen
talk,
some more
not just
modes.
mute
That is
yourself
very
and
important one.
sit
And
there.
also we have seen
You're
some
taking
more
up a
additional
spot.
modes. That is what does R plus means, what does
Others might
W
need
plus
it to
mean, what does
talk,
A
and
plus
you're
means.
taking
We
it.
have done this, and how to read a file using read, and how to read one line at a time, that is using that is using read line by, right? And how to write a file, we have seen by using write, and we have to write something in the double quotes, and how to add something to the file using append. Like what does append means? It adds something at the last, right? this thing has been done. And so these codes we are writing by normal syntax, but with syntax we are using by this with keyword over here, and you have to give all these with assigned to as f, and at the last you have to print the data. And how to delete a file by using os module, like you have to import that os and os dot removed and your file name. And with the three questions we have done, also we have done how to create a file, something like that, right? I hope everything has been cleared. You have enjoyed the video lecture, this file input and output. And in the next lecture, we are going to be learning about OOPS, object oriented programming. That would be very interesting. That is more hectic one, very interesting one. We would be love that. Little hard, but that's fine. Right. So okay, so the video number 7, I guess lecture number 7 has been, I think, pretty interesting, and I think everybody has understood. So thank you everybody for watching video lecture 7. I will be seeing you in lecture number 8. Also, the OOPS would be uploaded in 2 parts, lecture number 8 and 9, because that are some lengthy videos. That's why. I hope everyone has been enjoyed the video. Thank you and have a nice day ahead. Hey guys, how is it going? My name is Ayush, and in the lecture number 8 in this video, we are going to be learning about OOPS. What is object oriented programming? So, although this video will be going to be in 2 parts, where we will be learning about what are they, how to use them, how to define an OOPS, and how to use and how to do some questions, right? In other part, we are going to do some more questions and more 2 topics which are very important. Although this is also very important topic. So let's start with what are OOPS. So why do we want to use OOPS, object oriented programming? So let us see first what is the definition of OOPS. So OOPS in Python. So what are OOPS? To map with real world scenario, we started using objects in code. This is called object oriented programming. So if you see this definition right here, it's almost same as functions, right? How do we declare function and how do we call that function? It's almost same, but in here it's more practical. So generally, OOPS are the topics which are very theoretical, right? Which are very theoretical, in which we will be learning what are objects, what are attribute, what are method, what is class, what is objects, all those things. This topic is very theoretical, but at the same time, this is an industry level programming language. That means in industries and in real world objects, if we want to create any app or some calculator, if you want to create a website that calculates something, in that in the back end you use OOPS. So technically this is an theoretical thing, but in industry wise, in real world scenarios, these things are very important. Although you can use function if you want, but as a good programmer, you need to know what are OOPS and how to use them. And you will be thinking why we shift from function to OOPS. Why? So why we shift from function to OOPS? Because we want to reduce our redundancy and increase our reusability. Right. That is the simple thing that I can say why we are using OOPS rather than function, to reduce the redundancy and increase the reusability. Right. That is the advantage of using OOPS rather than functions. So let us see one more time the definition. To map with real world scenario, we started using objects in code. And what are objects? Anything. If you say my name, or even the pen, even the desktop, even the keyboard, even the mouse, all things are objects. And this is called object oriented programming. Right. Now coming to what is class and object in Python? Like, right, so what are class? So class is a blueprint for creating objects. Let's break this. So firstly, like, let's suppose we are having a school, and in that we have a class in that, and in that class we have different students, and let's suppose the students are male and female. There would be one topper, there would be one medium level child, right? And even though there will be one sportsman and extracurricular activities person, right? Different types of objects are there. I'm referring object as student, right? And now, and what is a class? Class is something that is a container where these objects are there. So indirectly, what are class? These are blueprint for creating objects, right? So if I want to know and student where he's from, like which class he's from, he would be saying a particular class name. Then I would be remembering that he is from that class, right? And now, so we have understood what are class. It's simply a blueprint for creating objects, right? And how to create a class, same as function, right? In this case, you have to write class and the student, right? And what is student? You can name this as anything that you want. I can name even this as ABCD, right? That's your wish. And I will be naming the student. Let's suppose this is one name. So this is how I can create an class. So I have created a class, but you can't call class to the output. If I want to print the name, I can't write this in my class. So what would I do? Eventually, I will be making objects in here. And now what are objects? Objects are simply the inheritance one. Means, let's suppose in here, I've assigned the value of student into S1 with the parenthesis, and I will be printing S1 dot name. So if you're seeing here, this has inherited from the class. So what does object do? It inherits from the class, right? If I want to call a student from a class, I will use particular name of it from the class. If I want to know a person is in a room or not, what would I do? I would call that person with the room number, then who he would be called. Right? Same as here, if you're seeing. Now, before going to the other slide, let us do some quick question. This is the previous one. So let's do that in our code and let us see how does it work. Right. So, and how to create a class? I said you have to write class and some name. Let's suppose it is student. Now, let's suppose the name of the student I'm assigning as Josh. So I have created a class here. Now I want to create an object so that it can call the class. How should I do that? I will be assigning the student into S1 with my open parenthesis. Finally, I would be printing my S1. So This code, I know that's wrong because I want to write s1 dot name here. But let's run print s1. What would it be printing? So what does S1 is? S1 is student, and inside student there is name. So you would be thinking the name Josh would be printed, but no, it won't get printed. So what is it? It is getting printed right here. So what is printing right here? That is main student object at this thing. So rather than printing Josh, it is printing where is my object located in my file. So it is located at some 0x000, some that like it goes on. Now for printing my name, I would be writing just name. Then it would be, I think it, yeah, Josh has been printed. Like, so this is how you can make class, and this is how you can make object. And the whole thing is oops. That's it. Like as short, as sweet. So this is class and this is object, and both are oops, object oriented programming. So this is one small code right here. Now, let us do one more question. So before going to class and inheritance, to revise this thing, we would be doing one more case here. So let's suppose I have a, a showroom of cars where let's make this into class. Let's suppose car, and let's suppose I'm having color of my car as green, and the brand as BMW. Now I've created the class and now I have to call that class. So what would I do here? I would assign the car into some other thing. For example, car 1 equal to, assign this into cars with my open bracket, and then I would be printing whatever I want in my car. Let's suppose I want my brand from my car. What does my car brand is? What is my car brand? So for that, car1 dot brand. So it would be printing. So firstly, what is car1 over here? It would be fetching from car. From car class, it would be fetching, and what it would be fetching? Brand would be fetching. So what is my brand? BMW. Let's see. Yeah, BMW. Let's suppose the same thing I want to fetch, that is my color. So I'm having a BMW of green color, right? So this is class, this is object, and both are oops. Sweet, right? Easy. This thing is done. Now, class and inheritance. We have seen this, what are class, how to make class, and what are inheritance. Indirectly, they are saying what are objects. That's it, right? Also, for example, see here the class. This is my class, and inheritance. What is my, I'm inheriting this thing, brand and my color. I'm inheriting from where? From my class, right? Now, coming to what does init function means. So it's a very important one. So creating an OOP, you should make init. So it would be confusing. So let's read the definition. Let's see some questions and let's do some questions too. So init function. So what is init? So before making init, what you have to do is you have to do double slash, means double underscore and init. This is how you make init. And why this is showing error? Because I am not creating this into something. Before creating this, yeah, you have to write def and all other things. That's why. So we will be seeing what are they, what are def, and what are init. Let's see it. So init is a constructor. So a class have function called init, which is always excluded when the object is being initiated. In this case over here, for creating a class, I'm creating a class of student and I would be using def and init. Why I am using def here? For to define the constructor, I'm using def over here. And inside, I'm using self and the full name. After that, I'm assigning my name, that is self dot name equal to full name. This is how I created a class. And for creating an object, I would be assigning the student into S1 and I will assign the name to as current and I will be printing S1 name. In this case, I haven't defined my init function. I've rather just wrote it down. So what is the difference between this code over here and my this code over here? You can see I haven't made init function here. Why? Because if you are not making init function into your code, the Python will automatically make it for you. Not in the front end, in the back end, it will be automatically making it. So is it necessary to write init function? Yes, it is necessary to write. Right. Let's see what does self mean. And self is an argument, and these all things are argument over here. Right. So if you're seeing in every in for defining any OOP or for any class, I have to write self over here. And why not self? You can even write your name over here, but at last you have to write name dot your name. Let's suppose I'm assigning self as my name, that is Ayush. And at last, what you have to do? You have to write Ayush dot name equal to your name. That's it. You can. It's your wish. If you want to give your name, that's your wish. But using self would be much better. That's why. So self and your full name, right? If I don't want to give my full name over here, if I want to just keep my parenthesis empty, then also we have to write self over here because self is an argument, right? So let us see self. What is self? The self parameter is a reference to the current instance of the class and is used to access variable that belongs to the class, right? So before moving to methods, let's take one scenario where I will be taking my name and my marks, and I will be creating the object with my marks, and I would be calling, and I'll be printing the name and the marks. Right, same code. Just I'm making one marks argument over here, and I will be fetching the mark of it, and I will be printing it. So let's do this code. So how to create a class? By using class. Now student. Now, how to define the init function def underscore underscore init underscore underscore, right? And in the bracket, I would be using self, comma, full name, comma, marks. And after that, self dot name equal to full name and self dot marks equal to marks. And I will be printing adding new student. So I've created a class where, let's break this out. I've created the class student. We have defined the init function with the self parameter argument, and inside these arguments I've assigned full name and my marks. And in class, if I want to fetch anything, I have to use self.name to get full to get full name. And if I want to fetch my marks, I would be using self.marks. So assign the full name to self.name. Assign the marks to self.name or self.marks. I will be printing adding new student. And why I'm writing printing this, you will be seeing when you will be seeing the output. That's why. Now, eventually I have made this. Now I will be assigning this to my S1, and I can give my argument to S1 and I would be printing it. Let's suppose I'm adding student as, let's take John Park, and he has scored some 6-7 marks in some subjects. That's it. And I would be printing S1 dot name. S1 dot name is being printed. Now S1 dot marks. Let us run this code. So adding new student, that is John Park 6-7. Right. Let's suppose future I want to add some more student. I'll be giving them to S2, and same thing, just I will be changing my name. Let's suppose the name is Vic Star, and he has scored 99 marks in some subjects, and I will be printing S2 dot my name and S2 dot my marks. Let's run this. So what is showing? Adding new student. John Park has been added. 10. Adding new student. Vicstar 99 has been added to our some sort of database, right? So yeah, this is the code, final one. So look at this. What have we done? So we have made a class student. We have defined the init function with our name and our marks, and I've assigned the full name to self.name. I've assigned my marks to self.marks. And while calling the full name, what I would be using is s1.name, not my full name. right? So yeah, this is your class and this is your object, and both are your oops. This is how oops work, right? Now, what is self parameter we have done? Now, methods. Methods are function that belongs to objects, right? Methods are the function that belongs to an object. So before going to this, what would be doing here is that one more topic is left. That's why I'm doing this. Important one, that's why. So before going to my class student and before doing this, let us assign a common value to my class. Let's suppose all my students are from same school. So let's college name as, let's suppose 123 is my ABC is my college name, and all things are same. And at last, what I would be doing, and name. Let's assign some name as, let's take my name. Now here have assigned as John Pork. Yeah, John Pork 67, and I've assigned Vicstar 99. I've assigned my name. Let's take this college name out, right? Headache. Yeah. So name and the name of my, this is my name and this is some other name. So if I'm calling my S1 dot name over here, will it print Ayush or the John Pork or Vicstar? Let's take this out. So in overall, I have assigned my class name as Ayush. So everybody in my class is Ayush, right? Even girls are called Ayush. Every boy is Ayush, right? So if I'm calling my name, will it be printing John Pork or Ayush? Who will be winning this fight? Let's run this code, and I would be saying you why John Pork is being added. Let's remove this thing too. Let's remove marks also. See, showing me an error, missing one. Yeah, because I'm not assigned marks, that's why. And same thing here. Yeah, now you would be understanding very easily. So if you're seeing the code here, the class, and I've assigned the name as Ayush, and inside the definition, I've assigned these things, right? The logical one, and at the last, I've assigned the name as John Pork. Let's see. So John Pork is printed rather than my name. So why this is happening? So in OOPS, object attribute I have more power than class attribute. So if you're seeing here, I have assigned this into my object, not in my class. I've assigned the name John Pork in object attribute, but my name is assigned in class attribute. That's why John Pork is being printed, because object in oops object attribute have more power, has more strength, that's why it's being printed compared to class attribute, right? This is the thing I want to show. Now methods. So methods are functions that belong to objects. So creating a class, this is how you have created a class with your name, same code right here. Now here's one more thing. Here's def hello, and inside that self is being printed. It's important to write self, and I will be printing print hello self dot name. So this would be printing hello Ayush if I would be assigning my name over here. And you know how to create an object. Simple. You have to assign the student into some other name and you have to write print that thing. And in this case, why s1 dot hello is being printed? Because I want to print my hello, then after that my name. That's why I'm been printing s1 dot hello, like with open brackets. Now that is how methods work. Now wait a sec. Name is being printed. Yeah. So I don't think so that you have like we have to write this code because it's simple, right? Now let's do some question over here. Very interesting one, very easy one too. So what do we have here? That we have to create a student class, same as we did. Take name and marks of three students. So very interesting question where we would be taking input also. How to take input from the user we have already seen, but how to take input from the user in a class, same thing. So as argument in constructor, then create a method to print the average. So what do we have to do here? We have to take the name, we have to take marks of three subjects, and we have to create the we have to print the average. That is what we have to do. So how to do that? Let's make clear this. Let's clear this up and let's make it. So how to make a class? By using class student. Now I will defining my init function init with my self argument. And what do I want? My name, my mark of first subject, and my mark of second subject, or my mark of third subject. Right now I would be assigning my name and my marks to self dot name. That's okay. Boom. Self dot mark 1 equal to mark 1. Same thing I would be copying and pasting, but in this case it's 2, it is also 2, it is 3, and it is also 3. So we have created a class, and Will I create one more class for printing average? Yes, I would be creating one more class, one more definition, one more with init, without init to print my average. For that, same def print average print average with yeah with self. In that, I would be assigning as average to, and here most of the student will do a mistake that to calculate the average, what you will do, mark 1 plus mark 2 plus mark 3 divided by 3. No, that's wrong. So what we have assigned to mark 1 as self dot marks. So I would be writing self dot mark 1 plus self dot marks 2 plus self dot marks 3, and I would be making this into bracket divided by 3. Now I would be printing first of all the student name, what's his name, then I would be printing his average. And if I want to print the name, what here I would be writing is self dot name, and for the average I would be writing average marks is, oh sorry, average. Now this thing is being done. Now we have created a class where we assign the name to self.name, and same with marks, and I've defined and print average where it would be printing the where it will be taking the average and printing the name of the student and average. Now I want to take input from the user, so same thing I would be saying input. I will be taking the input from the user, enter, I'm sorry, enter your name. Now marks 1, let's suppose I'm taking into float. Let's change this to marks 2 and subject 2. Same with this marks 3, subject 3. Now, the most important part I would be saying, that is this thing. Let's move this thing also. So yeah, it would be more clear. Let's go with this thing. So I've taken the input from the user 2. Now I'll be assigning my name and my marks plus marks 2 and marks 3 to my S1. S1 equal to student. So in previous thing you have seen that I was assigning my name here, my marks. Let's suppose like John Pock and 6 7. I was assigning here. So in here, what would I assign? I would assign my name because I don't know my name. What is it is taking from the user. That's why, and my marks with my mark 2 and my marks 3. And at last, I would be printing s1 dot print average. Okay, now the most important part I would be saying why I'm not writing print s1 dot print average because it is already being printing average. So if I would print once again, it would throw me an error, right? That's why I'm not writing print over here. So this is the whole code. This is the whole code right here. You can see once again clearly what I've done. I've taken the name and I've printing. Let's run this code. Let's take the name as same John Fork, and he have scored 99 marks in one subject, 67 marks in other subject, and 55 marks in other subjects. So, student name John Pork, how much average marks he has scored? 73.666667. Right. So this is the whole code, the question we have done, right? The method for creating, yeah. This is the whole code done, right? Let's create one more file. This thing has been done. Now, static method. What does this mean? So static method. Okay. Method that does not use the self parameter work at class level. So without writing self there, self here, what would I do is I would use a static method. And how to create that? Let's just see that. So let's read one more time the definition. Methods that does not use the self parameters. Right. So creating a class of student and in this case here DEF college, I'm not using self over here if you're seeing this, and print ABCD college. It will throw me an error, of course, but if you can see here, I'm writing at the rate static method. If you're writing this, you don't have to use self parameter there. And what is a static method? It's a decorator. We will be seeing what is decorator mean also here. Decorators allow us to wrap another function in order to extend the behavior of wrapped function without permanently modifying it. Right, this is what the definition means. Decorator allow us to wrap another function in order to extend the behavior of the wrapped function without permanently modifying it. That is what it is. Right, we have done this. Now two more slides. So important. This is very important. So actually there are four of these things. How do you saying? So abstraction, encapsulation, inheritance, and polymorphism. So eventually these four are the pillars of OOPS. They are very important. So they sound very scary, but they are very sweet. They are very easy. very easy to use. Just you have to know the definition of that and how to use it. And that's it. As simple as it is, right? So, what are the four of them? So, in this video lecture, I would be saying that only we are going to be using just two of them. And in next video lecture, which is OOPS part 2, we would be seeing inheritance and polymorphism too. Okay, so what does abstraction means? So in this case, in this video, we will be learning about abstraction and encapsulation. We will be doing some questions for that, and the last and final question, which is very interesting, right? So what does abstraction means? So hiding the implementing data details of a class and only showing the essential features to the user. So what does that mean? So in short, it means hiding the details in the class and showing the only what are things are important. Even in the short, I just want to say this is hiding the unnecessary data and showing only the relevant data. That's it. That is what abstraction means. And encapsulation. What does it mean? Wrapping data and function into single unit. You are taking every data into one single unit, that is object. Let us see one question regarding abstraction. Same thing would be cleared in encapsulation too. Let's take one question. Let's make a car and you have to start that car. So for starting a car, what would you do? You would, let's make a car first. Class car def init function self as. Now self dot accelerate equal to false. My car is not accelerating, and the self dot brake equal to false. Same thing, self dot clutch as false. I'm not using any of them in my car. Now let's create one more over here. Start. If I want to start a car, self, what would I do? I would I would press my clutch. If that is true, I would be, and also if it is I accelerate, then it's true. Then it would be printing my car is on. Car car started. So, and now I will be assigning this to car 1, and I would be, let's start the car. S1 dot start. Let's start the car. So yeah, the car has been started. So in here, what is my abstraction that I have used? That is some unnecessary thing that I have used here. So that is this thing. The self dot clutch is equal to true and self dot account or accelerate equal to true. So this is some unnecessary shit that I've used. I'm sorry, unnecessary thing that I've used. So rather than writing this thing, I can directly write print car started because that is what I want. Car to be get started. That's what, right? That's it. This is a live example of how to use abstraction. Same with encapsulation. You have to wrap this entire thing into one unit. That's called object. Now, very interesting question right here, that you have to create an account with class with two attribute, that is that is balance and account number. You have to create two attributes, that is balance and your account number. Create a method. You have to create method in this, that is debit, credit, and print the balance. So three of them. So technically four of them. We will see why. So let's do this question. So this type of question is very important. So let's create one more file. We will be doing there. Now I would be okay. Class account def init function self and pass as me. Okay. Now self comma, what were the attributes? Balance and account number. So balance comma account number. Right. Now self dot balance equal to balance. Okay, it would be printing like that only. Now, okay, done this thing. Now self dot wait self dot account number as account number. Now this thing has been done. Now create a method for debit. Debit means the money has been reduced, reducted from your account. So for creating that, same thing, def. Let's name this as debit self comma amount. Okay, done. Yeah, self dot amount. Now self dot, now from a balance, balance I would be reducing the amount from account, right? So what does this means? Balance equal to balance minus amount, amount minus balance. So the amount minus balance, right? After that I would be printing rupees comma amount comma was debited, and also I would be printing that how much money do I have left. TO total balance I have, that is self dot get balance. Okay, so I haven't create self dot get balance to a definition. Let's create that too. And one more mistake that I have made, that is a proper spacing should be there, otherwise it's going to be error. Now let's make get balance self. It would be returning my self dot balance. Right, now the code is being right. Now the credit one, def credit self comma amount. Now from the balance I would be getting more money. That's what credit means, to my account. And after that I would be printing amount was credited. Now after that I would be printing my balance. Print total balance. For here I would be using self dot get balance. Get balance with bracket, and same with here bracket. Now let's do this one. Now finally let's assign this to my account one. Account, let's suppose I'm having 10,000 rupees and this is my account number. Now in this account I want to debit 500. After that in this account I want to credit, let's take this as 1,000. Is that 1,000? Yeah. And I'm 500 rupees is being credited. Now let's run this code. So rupees 1,000 was debited. This code has been done. Total balance 9,000 using this thing. Rupees 500 was credited using credited one, and total balance is 9,500. So let us see this code one more time. So class account we have defined with self, account number and all that. We are using debit from my amount. That is self dot balance minus equal to my from my amount, and same thing. And at last I'm in here I'm getting my balance. For that I have created one more attribute, get balance, and I'm returning my self dot balance. Right, run the code, same thing. Right, easy. So this question is completed. I think everything has been covered. Oops in Python. Let's summarize this lecture. Oops in Python, classes and objects, class done, init function, very important, methods. We have done this question, static method, how to do that using @static. It's a decorator. Abstraction and encapsulation, we have done what is abstraction, hiding the unnecessary data and showing only relevant data. And our encapsulation means wrapping all thing into one single unit, that is our object. And this important question, which is very important, right? So this is all thing that I want to discuss in lecture 8, and in other lecture, next lecture, that is part 2 of this, I'll be discussing about more those two things, that is inheritance and polymorphism. Those things are very important. Same thing. Mainly this is theoretical, but we have seen some question which is very real life question. For example, this thing work in our banking system. So if you are going for a checkbook, if you are printing that checkbook, it would be printing like this thing, right? So this code is being done. Okay. So that's it, everybody. Thank you for listening me. Let's see you guys in lecture number 9, where we will be seeing more important things. Thank you, everyone. Hey guys, how's it going? This is lecture 9, where we will be discussing about OOPS part 2. In this lecture, we will be going to see how does OOPS work. Also, previous lecture we have learned about abstraction and encapsulation. In this lecture, we will be discussing about inheritance and polymorphism. How does these work? How to write code in these? And basically, how does it work actually in our code? So this is part 2. Part 1 has been uploaded earlier. So let's start. So we have seen what does OOPS means, object oriented programming, right? And we have also seen how to write class, what are objects, what are attributes. All these has been covered in part 1. So you can see here, it's the architectural blueprint, how to write anything in OOPS. So first is life cycle, right? It's a component creation and targeted distribution. The next step is security, that is encapsulation and private machines mechanisms. And third is hierarchy. What does it means? Indirectly, it means inheritance, the ancestral bridge, right? And the fourth is dynamic. What does this means? It means reactive attributes and method ecosystem. And fifth is magic. What does this means? Polymorphism and alternative fundamental operators, right? So this code, we will be seeing this, we will be taking this as a question and we will be practically doing it. We will be there. Now, one of the most important thing in OOPS is delete. How does delete work in OOPS? So what is a delete? Delete in basically in Python is a keyword, right? You can't use this as a variable name. Now, object occupy memory space. Need objects or specific attribute can be deliberately wiped from memory using del to actively manage the system's footprint, right? Now, how does delete works? So if you are seeing here, we have seen S1, we have assigned student into S1 and we named it as Shraddha. Now, if I want to delete something, what I would do, I would use del s1.name and it would be deleting it, right? So rather than understanding this thing, let us write this in our code. So let's open our VS code. Let's make one file. So yeah, first of all, let us make a class of student. And how to make class? We have to write class over here, then student. Then we have to define our init function. Inside that we have to write self, it's mandatory. And let us suppose we are giving name over here. Now self dot name is equal to name. Now what is this? I have created a class of student. Right now I have to create object. How to do that? I will be assigning my student to S1 with my name. Then I would be printing my S1.name. So let us first print this. Let us see, will my name be there? Yeah, my name is there. Ayush is there. Okay. So my name has been printed. Now, if I want to delete it, what would I do? Is I would use del keyword over here, del S1, and it would get deleted. Let's suppose after that, if I'm printing it, if I'm printing my name, will it print my name? Let's see. So yeah, firstly, it has been printed by name, and second, name S1 is not defined, right? So this thing has been deleted, right? So let's run this after removing that. So just Ayush would be printed, and if you print again, then it will show me an error. Why? Because my name has been deleted, right? This is one thing that you have to see. How does delete work? Now, okay, now comes a very important part, that is in Python we have two type of codes. First thing would be public one, where the information can be accessed by everybody because it's public, and the private one, that the authorized authority can only see that code, means the output. So okay, in private attributes and method are meant to be used only within the class and are not accessible from outside the class. So what does this means? So in private, you can only access the information from the class. What does class means? This thing. You can't get the information by using outside the class, which is this thing. You can't access the information from object. See, in this case, I'm taking from the object and I'm printing from the object. So let us take one example and let us do that. So encapsulation, securing the vault, right? That is what encapsulation means. So let us read the definition. Prefixing an attribute with a double underscore. So how you can make anything private by using double underscore in front of it. Then it's private. Nobody can access it rather than you. So double underscore making it unspecifically private, strictly preventing external access and securing the class state from accidental modification. Right? So nobody other third party could not modify that thing. Right? So in this example, as you can see, the account number is a public one, right? We can give our account number to my friends or to other person. But what about the account password? It's a private thing. So nobody should use it. And how to make account password private? By using double underscore towards the front, not at the back side, at the front. So in this case, here is an one example class account. So we have made an account class, and we inside that we have assigned account number and account password. So here, if you can see here, I have used an account before the account password. I have used a double underscore here. So this means it is secured with the class vault. That means it cannot be accessed outside the class. It can be accessed inside the class. We will be seeing it. How does it that works? But outside the class, it won't get printed. It won't show you the password. So here I've assigned accounts to ACC1 and I will be printing the ACC1 dot account number. It would get printed. Account number is would be get printed. That is 12345. But what if I want to print my account password? It would not get printed. Why? Because of double underscore. That is private. So it will be showing me an attribute error. Account object has no attribute. Let us see this code in practical. How to write this code? How does it work? We will be seeing there right now. Let us delete this. So class account def init self comma account number comma account password. Now, yep. Now self dot account number equal to account number self dot account password equal to account. I have not created this into private, so let us create this into private by using double underscore. From this we have created this into private, right, by using double underscore. Now this is my class. Now let us assign this into S1. Let us create this into account 1 so that it won't get confused. Account, and let us put the value of account number as 12345, and I don't want my account password should be shown. So let's suppose I'm using my account number, account password as some good password right here. And now Let us access my account number and account password outside the class. Let us see. Account number would get printed. Let's see if account Industrial bridge. Super. The super method allow us a derived class to dynamically access for its parents. Wait, the super method allows. Okay, ensuring fundamental attributes are recognized initialized before adding custom specifications. So here have an employee with role, department, and salary. It is being initially payload routing. It is taking the information from here to here. Using what? Using the super keyword. And it is assigning those value here itself. That is engineer. The role is engineer. Department is IT and he's earning somewhere around 75,000. So that's what super does, right? Now, the chart is important. The method ecosystem matrix decorator used in instance method, the decorator used is none. But in the class method, we use class method. And in static method. What about first argument? We use just self. What is this? It's an object. And here the class. And here static method, it is none. But can we modify class blueprint in instance method? No. But in class method, yes, we can. But in static method, no. But what if we can modify the object state? Yes, we can do in instance method, but we can't do these in both of these. That is class method and static method. The primary unit of instance method is standard operation utilizing unique object attributes. And in class method, the primary utility is chanting shared variable across the entire architecture. And the starting method, the primary utility is isolated utility functions. Example, pure mathematics, right? Now, here is one example of class method we will be seeing here. Build a method of CS ensure the state change manipulate the fundamentals blueprint itself rather than accidentally fragmenting into isolate instance variable. So here person is named as anonymous. It's a base class attribute. Now we have used class method over here. And if I want to change the blueprint, that means if I want to change my name anonymous to something, I will be using def change name, cls new name, and I will be assigning the new name. But make sure you have to write person dot change name, that is this thing dot this thing and your name. And after that, your name would be Rahul Kumar, right? Now, here comes a most interesting part where we will be using two example and seeing that how does it work. The property decorator. How does the property decorator work? Transform a method into an attribute. It recalculates into value dynamically whether a seed eliminates stale state data corruption. So let us take two scenarios where there is stale state, that is no decorator. We are not using the property decorator over here. So let's suppose I got 98 marks in physics and more two subjects are there, that is chemistry and maths. And let's suppose my physics marks is 98 and I'm totally getting 98.7 percentage in my these three subjects. And if in future, if I want to update it, I can update my physics mark to 86. But what if I want to know the percentage of my now the new physics marks included in that? But it would be showing me error. It will be not showing me an error, but it should be showing me 98.7. That is the previous output. it would be showing me that because it is taking the data of physics as 98. But with using my property decorator, if I've changed my physics marks to 86, it would be accessing the S1 dot percentage. I would be doing this and trigger recalculate. And after that, my percentage would be changed to 94.0%. Let's do this in my code. So, class student def, these are my four subjects, and let us. So now self dot physics, now self dot chemistry, now self dot math would be equal to math. Now I'm assigning here to get my percentage. So self dot percentage to self dot physics plus self dot chemistry plus self dot math divided by 3. After that, my class has been created. Now I will assign this to my student 1 student. Let us give my values as 98, 97, 99, and I would be printing the student 1 dot percentage. So yeah, 98% I got. Now if I want to change my marks of physics, 86, after that I would be printing the physics marks, and let's also print my percentage. It would not show me my percentage because this thing don't work using. So here I've changed my physics marks to 86. 86 has been printed, but what about my percentage? It is showing me the same percentage as above, while it should get changed. So how to do that? By using property decorator, right? By using the property decorator. So here what you can do is you can write def calculate percentage percentage. Let us call this to my, let us write this. here. Okay, now this thing has been done and let's run this code. Okay, so wait, same error. So it should be return. Student object has no attribute percentage. So where is percentage? Okay. Okay, I think I've made some mistake. So let us see this thing right. So using the property function, you can easily get the percentage of your marks. Right. Now, here comes polymorphism. So what does poly means? Poly means many and morph means form. In Python, a single operator automatically adapts its behavior depending on the structural context of the data passing through it. So whether the data is integer, whether it's a string, whether it's a list, it would add those. That what polymorphism means. And it will be getting you the value. That is 3 here, Apna College, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here. And the hidden writing, that is dumper method. What does that mean? Double underscore dumper method allow us to define custom logic for building in operation. We inspect standard symbols and route them to our custom engineering logic. Like for example, over here, def double underscore init self items price, and here order. So it is returning me if the price is greater than price of 2, it should print me the order 1. That is the order which I have kept. That is the scripts, right? It would be returning me that. So this is one example that you can see of polymorphism, that how you can add these two, which are complex number. So this is one uh, program over here. Now, this is the architecture, how it completes the base blueprint of polymorphism. All right, you can go through this. So before ending our lecture, let us do one question where where will we be. So I will be reading the question so that it is understandable. So the question is, define a circle class to create a circle with radius r using a constructor. Define an area method of the class which calculate the area of circle. Define a perimeter method of class which allow you to calculate the perimeter of the circle. So I will be reading one more time. So I have to define a class of circle to create a circle with radius r using constructor. So inside the self, I will be also writing radius, right? Now I will be defining one more there, that is area to find the area, and then perimeter to find the perimeter of the circle. So let us create the class of circle where we'll be defining self and radius. Now self dot radius equal to radius to radius. Now it is showing me to area. Now self, and what is the formula of area of the circle? That is 22 divided by 7 multiplied by self dot radius. I am not using just radius. I'm using at self dot radius 2. Now same with my perimeter. Return 2 multiplied by 22 by 7. Okay. Self dot radius. Now everything is been done. Now we'll be assigning this to circle. Let us assign the value of radius as 21 and let us print the area first. And also let us print the perimeter. Yeah, let us print this. So the perimeter of the circle is 1386 and the area is 1386 and perimeter is 132. So this is one question that we have done, one of the important question. So that's it. Now I guess everything is being cleared, that how does it works, how does delete work, what does our internal mechanism, that private method, how to make anything into public and private. In public everybody can see that, and in private outside the class it won't get visible, right? And how to make that into private by using double underscore in front of it, if you whatever you want to show. Now architecture, how does this work? And we have four types of inheritance: single inheritance, multi-level inheritance, and multiple inheritance. Now our ancestral bridge, how does this work? We have seen it. And this table, which is one of the most important one, that how does decorator use in instance method, class method, and static method. Also about the class method, how does class method works if you want to change any data like your name, something. And the property method, we have also seen this using an example. You can go through this one. And polymorphism, how does this works? Poly means many, more of means form. Hiding data, same thing. This is one example you can go through. And this is one of the architecture, the complete architecture of polymorphic dumper code. And this is one last question we have done. If you want to change the value, that's your wish. Right. The only thing you want to focus here is the formula and how to write that code. That's it. So I guess that's it for the part two. Our Python has been completed. So in next video lecture, we would be making some Python projects, some calculator, weather apps, and all those things. So that's it, everybody listening to me. Hope everybody has understood everything easily. That's it, and thank you and goodbye. Hey guys, how's it going? My name is Ayush, and in this lecture, we will be discussing about two mini projects. We will be making two of mini project in the sense we are going to be making some games. So in Python, and let's start with our first game. That would be of an guess the number. So in this code, in this game, what is going to be happening is that our Python code would be generating a random number which we don't know, and we have to guess that number. If our targeted, if the Python code targeted value is same as our guess number, then it should show successful, congrats, or like the correct, your guess was correct. If our target value, if our guessed value is smaller than our target value, that means our target value is bigger, that then it should show that your guessed value is very small. You have to guess higher. If our guessed value is higher, then it should show that your guessed value is higher. So make your guess below that, right? So how to do that? That's our first game, and second game we will be discussing about after this code. So let us make this game. So most importantly, in this code, what we are going to be doing is we will be importing random, so that it would be generating some random number from our length or from our range. And how to do that? We have to import our, okay, import random, right? So after that, we will be printing random dot. So these are some various functions over here. You can choose as you wish. Let's suppose guess is there, get start is there, random is there. So these are some things you can add on with random. So here what I'm going to be doing is random integer, because the number which the Python code is guessing is an integer, right? Integer. Let's give a range from, let's go with some short range, and let us give this into new. After that we would be printing new. So this is the logic behind it. This is not the code, this is not the game. This is the logic that with import random and with random dot ran integer with our range, what would be doing, our Python code will be randomly popping up with new integer within the range of 1 to 5, that is 2. If we run one more time, then 4, one more time, then 5, 5, 1, 5, one more 3, right? So these are some random number within the range of 1 to 5. So this is the logic behind our code, and let us implement this into our scenario, that is our game. Let us do that first. So same, let's remove this. So let us give from our range from 1 to 100, right? Now what I will be doing here is I would be using a while loop. For what? For taking the input from the user. See, the Python code will be, let's suppose the Python code is assuming as 35, then I want to assume 35, right? So let us say that I have assumed 65, then it should show me that it is lesser, and it should also repeat the code. That means it should also ask one more time until my target value is succeeded. Right. For that, I would be using a while loop while the condition, I don't know what the condition is. So let's suppose the true because this condition is true. I know this code would be an infinite time. So that for that, I would be using the break statement inside this so that it doesn't show error. That means it doesn't run infinite times. Right. So while the condition is true, what I will be doing here is that I would ask from the user that he want to if he want to guess the target or he want to quit the game. So for both of that, what I would be doing is let's suppose user choice equal to import. Why I am not converting this into integer? Because I would be showing you in the code why. Guess the target or quit, not import. Import. So yeah. Now, if my user enters quit, if the user choice is equal to my quit, then it should break it. It should break it. Now, user choice. Now, the input which the user is taking is an string. Now I have to convert that into my integer. So I would be using here typecasting. So you can typecast in Python as I said in earlier classes. Now I've converted the user choice into integer. Now I would be using by if case if my user choice is equal to let's suppose it is equal to my, let's change this new to my target, right? Now equal to target, what should it print? It should print, that success, correct, yes, right? It should print me this, else. Okay, after this my loop would be running again and again and again. For that I would be using here break statement and which I would be using break statement elif if my user choice is greater than my targeted value, then what should it print? Print your number is too small, take a bigger guess, right? And Our final thing, else it would be printing. It should print. Your number is too big. Take a smaller guess. So this is my whole code. After that, if my targeted value is correct, then what I would do is I would print. Okay, over. Right. So this is my whole code over here. So let us play this game and let us see if it works or not. So yeah, just the target or quit. So let's suppose I'm not quitting the game. Let's play this. So my code has generated some random number behind my screen. I don't know what the number is. Let's take half of the number, that is from 1 to 100. Let's take 50. So your number is too big. Take a smaller guess. So my 50 is too bigger. So from 1 to 50, let's take 25 as the middle part. Okay, I'm too good at this. That means 25. Easy, right? So success, correct answer, and game over. Right. Let us play one more time. So let's take same 50. Your number is too big. Take a smaller guess. Let's take 25. Your number is too, still it's big. Okay, so let's take somewhere around 15. Okay, it's too small. Take a bigger guess. Okay, from 15 to 25. That means let's take 20. Your number is too big. Take it. Okay, from 15 to 20, I got a range. From 15 to 20, I would say 17. Yes, right. This is my game over here. Cool thing, right? Now, let us run this. And if I want to quit my game, what I would write it here is I would write quit. After that, yeah, game over. I quit the game, right? So this is one of the code, that is guess the number. Okay, so this is one code. Okay, now let us make an random password generator. So if you have seen while logging to some website, you have seen some password that is recommended from the Google itself. So how these passwords are created? What is the logic behind that? What is the code behind that? So this mini project would be that. What is this? Random password generator. So it would be randomly generating some password for you, which would be of different characters, different digits, or some punctuation, special characters, right? Or some digits. It would be of uppercase, it would be of lowercase, right? So this code would be dedicated for that. So what is the logic behind that? If you want to randomly generate password, same logic, you have to import some random, but you have to include all those into a string. String in the sense means a list. Inside that list, it would be fetching some random number. So for that, what you would think, let's create this thing and let's add some, not like this, you have to individually do that. but I'm doing things like this. So this is some random number. It would be fetching from my list, right? It would be fetching from my list, but rather than creating this whole thing, my whole thing to write like A, B, C, D, E, F, after, like, rather than doing this, what I would be doing is I would be using Python inbuilt functions. That means VS Code has already some good things. For example, I've said in this case, random dot this thing, it will be a random integer. VS Code has some good features in it. So let us see the how this code work. And let's suppose my password is of nth length. Like, I don't know the length, but while doing our code, we would be assigning some values to it, the length of the password, right? Some limited digits, or if you don't want, that's your wish. So let's build the logic behind it. So first we will be seeing how the logic gets, and we will be using that logic into our code. That's it. Easy, right? So for that, I would be importing my random. Now, random dot. The first case, I have some limited things. From I have a range. In here, I would be using choice with my list. Let's say A, B, C, D. Have these four things for A, B, C, D letters. Let's give this into our value. Let's assign this into our value and let's print this value. So yeah, C has been printed. Let's first clear this. B has been now printed. It would be randomly fetching from my list. So you will be thinking that I would be writing all my ABCDs inside my list, and it would be, and I would assign some password length as something, and I would use for. We will be doing that. A, C, 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 B, A, right. So it is fetching some random number from a list. So now let us implement this logic in our code. So for that, one more thing I want you to know is import string. Okay, now what is this import string? With this, you can if it's uppercase, if it's lowercase, you can import by using this string. If you go on string, if you hover that in the string, your cursor into string, it is showing that string is not accessed. Okay, a collection of string contains. It contains of ASCII lowercase, ASCII uppercase. Now, what is ASCII? You can browser it. Right. So ASCII value of capital A is 97, B is 98 capital, not small. Right. So it contains uppercase, lowercase, letters, digit, hex digit, oct digit. Right. You can use these if you import string. Now, for that, now I want my password to have ASCII letters, my digits, and my punctuation. Right. For that, I would be using string dot. So these all things you can use into a password. But for here, I would be using string dot letters plus ASCII letters, then string dot digits plus string dot punctuation. And all this I will store it into my character value. I've stored all this into my character value. Now this act as an list. You can say that, but not exactly. Using list, I would be saying that how does that work after this thing. Now, are we using for loop in this for I in range? So I don't know the password length. So let's assign the password length as 12. It would be generating 12 random numbers password length. So, and if I want to store this into password, I would be writing this password equal to into an empty. Now password, not password length, password plus equal to random dot choice. Okay, yeah, random dot choice and my character value, right? Random dot choice, yeah, it would be fetching from my this list over here, and it would be storing into this empty empty punctuation. You mean empty list? It would be adding again and again. Now print your password is password. So yeah, this is my 12-digit random password that my Python code has been created. Let us run one more time. So each time you run the code, the password would be different and it's very strong. If you can see here, the password is way too strong. One more time. Yeah, same. See, if you want, you can assign my this password into some. Let's take 5-digit password. So yeah, so it is including even space. If you can see, the space is also included in this. Yeah, 5-digit password. So this is the second code. And let's suppose if I want to do this into a very easier method for that. So let us explain you the code of this. So firstly, I have randomly imported random import, and I've imported the string so that you can use ASCII letters, your digits, and your punctuation, and assign this into all these into string dot ASCII letters, digit, punctuation into character values. For after that, I have assigned the password length to be 5, and all those passwords should be into something that is an empty string over here. Now, using for loop, that I want to generate that each letter again and again until password length. So for I in range password length, it would be using 5 random numbers and then password plus equal to random dot choice. And what does random dot choice do? It would be fetching from my character value, and you can after that you can print your password, right? Now, so rather than doing this step over here, what you can do, uh, let's take this also. Now, rather than doing this step, what easier method you can do is you can, let's take bracket random dot choice from where? From my character value. Here I would be using for I in, okay. For I in range, password length. For I in range, password length, and I would be using join dot. So what is join dot? It's a function, and let us make this into a string, and let us assign this into res, like, okay. So res, okay. What is wrong now? Statement must be separated by new line of semicolon. So what is wrong? Hmm. Okay. I think, yeah, now it's been clear. So 5-digit password, one more five. Okay, the bracket where the issues. Let's start. So yeah, this is the final code. So it's your wish. You can even write this line over here or these line over here. I would prefer to use these line because it's more logical. This thing is a shortcut thing. It's completely on you, right? So these are two mini projects that we have done based on our experience, means based on our these lectures that we followed. This is the first code, and these are our second code. I hope you have understood my two projects, and I hope everything is being cleared. So that's it, and thank you for listening to me.